Okay, I think we should be live. Yeah, we should be live. And today, I joined the stream because last day, like yesterday, I wasn't able to join due to some occupancy related to the main work I do. But thankfully, the Yegors and Alexanders was there to help us complete the stream. And the guys yesterday did quite a lot of job. They, I believe, completed the authorization, but this maybe was yesterday even, or yeah. And also they started working on card. And the card nears the completion right now. And the Alexander, I believe, he was working on some product page displays, how the product page looked, and what did the product page contain, like product media and stuff. So yeah, I think today is a good day to like finish the work with products, which I started which I started 2 days ago. So I think that could be a good day to start. So let me pull something good. Alexander did material UI here. Okay, let's just enable. Let's just install our dependencies and then jump right into coding. And I would need to remember where we stopped. So I will do a small overview of product module, which I'm currently building. So as far as I remember, we had completely implemented the single page, so like a single product view or a product page, and integrated it into SEO. So yeah, we have the SEO URL. So now when we enter the product URL, we should be able to browse a single product. However, we are still missing the features of. We're still missing a feature which allows us to basically. We have this product UI module as well, and we need to disable it. Loading of plugins, can the PWA product UI failed? Try installing it. Okay, let me check if it's included. Let me pull maybe. Let's do git pull origin product. Potentially it has some changes that needs to be addressed. No, that's not the case. But I have installed dependencies and it will still fail. No, it didn't. Okay, it was just a previous result. Okay, sure. So let's go ahead to our localhost 3000 and see. So I believe the homepage is not implemented, but if we go, let's go visit the original store. So it was, I believe, scandy.pwa.shopware.store. And let's go ahead and see some product pages, like this one, for example. So we should be able to visit it. Let's try. And indeed we do, and this is the list. Okay, and VS Code has quit. What's going on? What's going on here? It's a little bit strange. Oh, I have multiple Visual Studio codes. Okay, and this has some changes. And this has some changes. Okay, so I'll use the black one, I think, because it's like easier for an eye, at least now. Yeah, so let's go ahead and see what we were working on. So in case we are looking at product CMS for product, I think. And we had this plugin which rendered us which actually added filtering provider and product list provider to a page. So let's discover them here, our components. And here we should see the CMS section somewhere here. So it's default. Oh yeah, CMS section default, and there should be sidebar somewhere. Let me see, sidebar or no sidebar. Okay, no sidebar here. What this actually means is that we should also check for CMS default sections and render the lists there as well. What's going on? Why doesn't you kind of okay, so let's keep it like so. And here I think we only processed the processed the CMS sections sidebar, we should also process the default section. So let me take its namespace here, I think. Good. And I can go back here into the sidebar, and I think what I can do is just copy this down and pretty much just replace this part. And now if we go back to the page, we should see that we have filtering provider rendered. And this is awesome, awesome news. So what's inside of this filtering provider? For now, there should be like not too much, empty aggregations, a default limit, a single page, and then an option to set some property or aggregation, so limit. Fine. Then we have this product list provider, which for now doesn't have anything. The product result is empty. And we also have this CMS entity component and product list slot component. Okay, so now what we should do is I think we should go ahead and implement, we should go ahead and see the products, where they are. Here there are our products, and here we should take a look and see how our context is currently, the product list context is currently implemented. So we see there is a product result, and what I did recently is I added an option here to provide props, to provide this product result as a prop, and we will use this today. I think because we will need it for, we will need to pass the products which were initially rendered, which are initially coming from the backend. So let's see, where are they? And basically they are in this slot, so that has some data here and it has this listing here. And we can just get this data and pretty much append it into, we just need to pass it to our product list provider here. And what this means is actually we need to get back into this plugin here, and we'll need to retrieve a list from our slots. So we see here it has the product slot. So if it has the product slot, let's see get product, how we call it, get product result. Get product result from slot. And what it will take here, it will take basically a section, and what it will do with this section, it will try to retrieve the slot which type is product list. So let's do for loops, quite a few for loops. So let's start with I, and let's go through section dot blocks, I think. And once we see a block, this is actually a block now. And then we'll do another for loop here. And we'll take now a J, and we'll go through block.slots, I think. Slots. And then we'll get a slot. And what we'll need to check here is, first of all, if the type of our block is product list key. So if the type, if the block.type equals the product list key, then we should, if it does not equal, then we should continue searching. And here we should do another thing. We should get, we should check if the slot type, isn't product list slot type, I think it is. Slot, isn't it? Okay, we don't see it here, so let's just copy paste this and replace this to be slot. And we will be looking at product list slot here and a slot here. Thus, we will take a key of this type, and now we'll be able to use it and compare. And if we found a proper let's allow to use continue, and if we found a product list slot, then what we can do is we can actually, and also let's allow using let's, for this specific reason we're using them in the for loops. So here let's just retrieve a value, which is our data listing. So let's do let's get data, let's get listing, and this is what we take from slot, and we'll simply return this listing here. And let's see. Yep, it looks legit to my personal opinion. So, okay. So it works for us. We're returning listing, and now what we can do is we can say that product list provider has some products result, and this product's result is actually this get product result from slot, and we'll pass in this section. And I think the better naming for this variable would be get product result from section. Like so. And what don't you like about this? Expected return value. Yeah, so in case we did not find it, we should, I think, return an empty object. Let's see. Product result, yeah, an empty object by default. Cool. So if we reload the page now, what we should be able to see is actually product list provider containing the product list provider. Wait, it's category context. I think someone did a typo here. So in a product context, this one should be named actually a product context, and this one should be named, that's a bad naming here. So this is not a product context, this is product list context. And let's copy this name here and put it here. So that's a product list context, and filtering context is filtering context here. Everything looks legit. So a product context like so, good. And if we reload the page now, what we should see is actually product list provider containing a product's result, which is aggregations and stuff. So now, if we see the results, if we see what it actually puts into the context, it's actually an array of 3 products. And the information about it's not loading. Nice. So what's missing at this point is basically a product list integration. So if we go ahead to our product CMS, where's my product CMS? This is my CMS product. And we should be able to now implement this product slot here. And I think all we need to do here is actually just render a product list, or let's do following thing. Let's create a sorted render map. Let's import a product list, and yeah, let's do it as follows. So we'll do a render product list here, and we'll create a config. We'll import this file from there. Product list key, I think, should also be here. So this key will indicate us, there might be like pagination, there might be like something else here, except this product list. So we'll render them separately, and the product list could be without pagination or with pagination, so we'll just render it separately. And let's say this is actually a product list. And let's import this variable. Hopefully it will import for us, like so. And then when rendering product list, I think all we need to do is just to render it like this. And let's see if this is automatically connected to context. Yes, it is. So what we should immediately see once we open the page is, oh, yes, we have some issues with this product list. It should export .component here. And we should see a list of products now, except we won't, because we need to change this product list slot component to render our content. So let's do this.content.render. And this should be enough for us to see a product list. Cannot read property render of undefined. Why this.content.render? Oh, it's the product list component. Okay, that's a different one. So let's go to product list component, product list component. And here what I decided to do is not to actually render, not to actually have any context. not to have any content to render. So we'll do simply like this. And what we should see is actually a list of products rendered. And we indeed see them, but product cards are at this point not yet, they don't have anything in them. So for sake of simplicity, let's render a name here. So Alexander, you rendered the product name on the product page. Did you took the name from the translated values, or you took it simply from the name of the product? I think we should implement a function that would take values from like translated. Yeah, that should check like if they are in translated, take from translated. If they are not, then take basically the original value. Can you do this one for me? And I think also you can add what you did for a product itself to a product card, because now I have an example which renders product cards. But they don't do any data. They don't render any data. So I think for the test sake, so for the sake of test, let's simply do this dot render temporary data for now. And in this temporary data, let's render something. So in our case, let's return. Let's take what? Let's also bind it to a context, I think. So where is my product context? Product context should be somewhere here. Okay, so this is also temporary, not specifically needed. So let's do static. Oh, wait, this is product list content. This is fine, but we need the same for card. So the card should have a product context, like so. And then what we can do here is we can take actually the product, and let's hope it has a name. If it doesn't, we'll fix this props. And let's simply return a name here, just for the sake of test. And this is not from props, but from context. And let's see, it should work. It should work, of course, because it doesn't have such field. Let's for now just return null and see what actually is provided into our product card. So it has a context, and the product is funny enough undefined. This is not correct. So this container still has a product, and then it gets lost when it passed into product provider. We should resolve this somehow. So we have this product card.container, and it passes in the product, saying that's a product. And okay, we're taking a product. This is very strange. So we're taking product from product. What? Oh, because there could be like a configurator. So what we should do here instead is pass an object like this, I think. And this should now allow the context to retrieve values from here. Yeah, we now have the product inside. Oh, actually we this is not correct. So let's see what's inside of this product. What's inside of this product? What's inside of this product? What's inside of this product? Inside of this product, we can see, let's see, console. So we have this calculated prices and stuff.
Yo,
yeah.
What do you think? The card page is in scope of this project or not?
Card page?
Yeah.
If you have like a list of items already, you can do just a list of items. Yeah, I think it could be, minimalistic one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we did it like so, and what we should be able to do now is we should be able to get in back to product card, remove this thingy here, and render a name. So let's see if it will work. Again, product is not available in the context. That starts to bug me. What did I did wrong? Return null, and let's console.log this.context. Context, Okay. What's up? So it has a product and it has a configuration. Okay. And what I'm doing, I'm taking a product. I'm taking a product from this context, and I actually just want to have a name here. Oh, and doesn't have a name. Funny. So if the product doesn't have a name, what should we do? We should take it, I think, from translated section. Yeah, so it's in translated. So because it's temporary, I think we can do product translated name like this, hopefully. Product translated name should be all right, and that should work now. Let's see. Why doesn't it cannot read property translated of undefined? But we have a product inside of it. I don't understand what's going on. I don't understand why this is happening. So we have this value of context, and it has a product, no typos here. So we're taking product. We're taking it from this context. So what happens if I do just console log this.context.product here? If I do it like this, it should return me something. It's undefined. Well, what? But this actually has a product key. Content. Oh my god. Oh my god. All this time it worked, but I had the typo here. Context, actually it is. Cool. So if we return now, we see that there are actually some products. And for sake of simplicity, we can also render a list here. Should we do it? No, we won't be doing that, but we can see that actually we have some products here. We have div, which has like 1, 2, 3, 4 thingies here, and then we need to fix this CMS block of type product listing is not supported. Let's see if this product listing block has anything to do. This product listing block is not supported. So this is our slot. And this is our block. So what it has here inside, it has some margins that's supported automatically, and I think that's it. So we can just keep it like it currently is. So we don't need to transform it or do anything. So we can just go ahead and where was my integration? Product listing block here. So what we can do is we can copy index here, and we can copy the component itself. And the component should have a different name, I believe. So it should be a product list block here. A product list block. Cool. So this is our block here. And yes, I would like to update imports. Good. And I think product list block here again, and we are importing a different thingy. We don't need this. We don't need that pretty much. We will just take children. So let's take children. And let's simply render them. And that's pretty much everything we need to do for this element. This would allow us later to style it. So it goes like this. I think we can simply remove that. And product list block goes here. Now if we reload it, we should see, oh, we don't have yet registered it. So we have to go here. We have to enable this one and say add product listing block here. We should add a block. Let's do a comma here. Now all we need to do is actually to copy these lines here, and we'll need a product list block. And let's copy it here, product list block, and this is actually a product list block as well. So now let's rename it to be a block, and we can do it like this, and we can use the listing block component. And now we should just see products rendered. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. Okay, looks nice. So we have this information here. We have this information here. Let's also consider what are these blocks here. So this is our CMS slot entity. Yes, we know it. And this is actually a CMS section default with some background, which for some reason I don't see being applied. So let's inspect the styles. It has background color. Oh, there is like a change. It is applied. It's just my background here not showing. So you can see it's indeed has some background applied, which is nice. But maybe we should support this image type. Maybe we should support this image type. And maybe we should support this text teaser at least. Or maybe we should just do it later on. Let's inspect the component here and let's see what it actually contains. So it has this entity, and this entity actually renders some slots, and it has a slot which is containing just a content. Okay. Okay. So it just contains the content, and can we just put it inside? Content 1 and the vertical align. I think we can simply do it. Category name, category.description. And this is also interesting. So I think the translated is what's actually passed inside of this thing. So let me check. What do we have in regards of category context? In category context, we have this category, and it says category.name, which is grills, and category.description is not here. It's in translated, possibly. Yeah. Okay. And then we also have to process this HTML. Will we do it? I think now let's first finish with products. So products are now rendered, but maybe we should find some category which has more than like one product. So we do a listing, so we can change the filterings and stuff.
I made a get translated utility, put it in the framework, also add some types, so it will show only suggestion. It
Okay.
will show only fields you can translate.
Okay.
Can be translated.
Okay, cool.
And I upload it.
Nice. But how would I see a whole list without this CMS? Can I do it? Like I want the whole barbecue equipment. No, this is just one. Ice cream trends. Okay, ice cream trends is beautiful. This is ice cream machine again. How can I see actually a list of products here? And actually, do we need to add a filtering if there are like more than one product? We have to figure this out somehow. So let's see the summer trends. Will it render us a product list actually? Ice cream trends, quite a huge category page. But this is actually CMS block, then image text row, then, but what is this? Product card, how it appeared there? So it's in the last section here, not in the last section, it's actually in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's in the 5th section. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do we see any product on this page? Oh, there is a product box. Okay, so we have to support a list of type product box in this product CMS. So let's see what is this product box thing. It's actually an entity that contains 2 slots in it, and the first slot is simple CMS slot, or this is API alias. Sorry, the first one is CMS text, and the second one is actually a CMS product box. Okay, so what we'll need to support here is actually we need to support we will need to support this where is this type? Where is its type? It's image to column, so it's a different type. The entity is different type. Then we'll need to support a slot which is called the product box, and it has some data, I believe, in it. Indeed, it has some data in it, and this is just a single product without any configurations. Okay, so what we should be able to do is we should create actually a product box slot here. So let's rename this one to be product box box slot. Beautiful. And we can copy its name here. And do we need a container? We don't need a container. I think we don't need a container even for this one. At least I believe so right now. And what we should do here is we should resolve the names here. Product. I also think we should rename this guy here. Yes. And save this file. Product box. And this is also the product box in this case. Yes, let's update imports. Cool. And we don't need this product list key. We need product list slot type key. And let's say this one is actually product box. Product box it is. So let's fix this and let's render content. And product box slot is here, so we need this. And I think what we will also need here is instead of product list, we'll need a product card. And we can import the product card. Yes, it's there. So now we'll need to render the product card here in this slot. So let's do it. So let's render product card. And product card, it expects a product inside of it. Good. So we should actually get this product from our slot. So if we take a look at our code, the product slot is actually in where? It's in the data product. Okay. So let's do const. I think it was entity. Let me check the original implementation. No, it was slot. So we are looking to get a slot data product here, product. And what we would like to do with it is we would pretty much like to pass it into this product card. But remember, by default, product has configuration. So let's pass an object containing just a product into our product card. And that's it, I think. It should be replaced if we now add in the plugin for CMS product entities here. So we have this slot component map, and let's do this as an array. So we'll do multiple fields at once. And let's copy paste this and let's rename this to add product box slot. Okay, so we're now adding a new slot here. Let's copy this down. Let's rename this to add product box slot. And we'll need to import product box slot. So let's import it in our plugin. So it's a product box slot from product box slot, and like this and like this. So this is our product box slot, and we'll need to do product box slot here, and we'll need to pass this guy. Let's save, and let's take a look at our page. Again, we have this issue with product. with product card. Potentially it only expects a product right away, so let me check. So maybe the product card expects the product. Let me see the product card. Oh, yeah, so there is this issue. So we should fix actually this one here. This should just pass in the product into product provider. And maybe what we should do here is allow configuration to be passed separately. Let's see. Cannot read property of type translated. Yes, you can't read the property of type translated, but we took this product, console.log product, beautiful, and we rendered it. So let's console log. Do we have here anything? I really hate how it's currently working. So let's do this dot context dot product, and let's for now keep this not rendered. Okay, and we see undefined right away. Beautiful. So let's find our product card here. Product card is here. So where it is? Where is my product card? How can I focus on it? Should be somewhere around. Product card, where are you? Let's see, to column text, to column text slot, CMS type. Yeah, I'm returning null from my product card. And this has a value, and the product is undefined. Okay, and then this product cards container, it has a product. It has this product, but it does nothing with it, and that's, I believe, because here, sorry, not here, but in our product list box slot, I think we should pass it like so, and potentially here in our product list slot, we would also need to pass these products as slots, but wait, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. So now this product card component has a product. Beautiful. And the configuration should by default be product provider. Let's go to product provider. And let's see, the configuration should by default, configurator should by default be I think an empty object. I think an empty object, not sure. Good. So we should be able to see a product card here. Yes, with prices, beautiful. And if we go back to the page of barbecue grills, we should again be seeing product cards, but this time again the product is undefined. Why is the product undefined? Actually, for the product, let's do the same technique. Let's say or empty object. And
I have a super question for you.
yeah.
Have you seen anything like this
Uh,
ever?
yes, I did. So
What's up with it? It says
so
that
your
empty
your
object is
card
null.
your card is null,
Yes.
and it cannot destructure null.
Yes, but I have a fallback value here.
But null is a fallback value is only for undefined.
Oh, I thought for all the null values. Okay.
You need to use nullish collation, right?
So
Question mark, but I think it's need to follow it.
so we have this slot here, and this slot again. Where was it? We were rendering a product list, and we did a thing where we passed in basically this product list. It takes products, but I want to make sure that it is like an object which contains a product. Where can I modify it? In CMS product, I believe. So in this, this is our render list block. This renders this children. what this does. This renders the product list, but it passes nothing because everything in the context. So the context value is passed from here, and we got this product's result. Okay, this could only mean one thing, I believe. This could only mean one thing. We need to make sure that our product context, product provider, is able to work with product prop, and it's able to work with actually a configurator prop separately. And let's take a look. Basically, that's it. So we're passing the products here and passing the products there. If we take a look now into this product box, we no longer need this. And it should be all right, as far as I remember. And we can even bring back the... Where's my product card? Product card. Card component. We can even bring this back, I think. So yeah, we have this thread, and if we go forward, we should be able to see somewhere here, yeah, storage container ice cream set of 2. So product card is also rendered. Possibly we'll need to figure this out in the later stages of development. Now what we need to do is we actually need to find any page that has some more than one list. So this is again just a few products, but there are like, oh, this one is perfect. So specials sale. Let's visit this page and see what it has for us to offer. So this is what we can see now. It has the CMS section default, and then it has this section with sidebar. Then it has this filtering provider stuff, and then we come into this product list component. So this is our product list provider, and what we should be able to see, product list block. Then we have this CMS entity component, and is this correct to say that we have some CMS block here? Oh, interesting. So CMS entity component of type what? Of type sidebar filters. Okay, so yeah, indeed, we should have a product list here. Product list component, which renders our product list. This is kind of out of place. Is my just code broken for some reason? This is CMS slot of type image. Then we do this sidebar filter is not supported. Okay, so we just have this sidebar filter, and that's it. Okay, so we just have to implement now this sidebar filter thingy. This is where it starts to become interesting. So we have this sidebar filter, and what is inside actually of it? Nothing is inside. Maybe it has some slots. Yes, it has some slots, and these slots actually contain extensions and some data, but nothing else. Perfect. So what we should do, we should create an implementation for our sidebar filter type. So let's go ahead and do it. So this is actually in here, I think, in our CMS product. We should be able to create a new block, and this block should be actually a sidebar filter block. Perfect. And we should be able to rename it. So this is our... Oh, I will rename it here and to automatically rename sidebar filter. Yes, I would like to update. And this should be also a sidebar filter. And this is now a sidebar filter key. And let's copy the exact value like here, sidebar filter. perfect. So we copied the sidebar filter from here, and now we can fix this. And what we'll not do in our sidebar filter, we will not render children. So let's say return filters, and this should prevent our children from rendering. And if we take a look, and okay, we also need to register it as a plugin into our entities. So for our blocks here, we need to add add sidebar filter block, and my typos are everywhere. And I would need to copy this and rename. And I think this should import sidebar filter block like so. Now I can copy these two lines down, and let's, like so, like so. And this should be actually sidebar. Okay. And now we can rename this and rename this to sidebar filter block. So by the key of this block, we are setting this block in. Okay. And we see filters appeared. Beautiful. And now it's good that we did this UI. Alexander, you did product UI, yes? What is product UI actually? It's breadcrumbs, media, price, and title. Beautiful. Beautiful. You will update it to work with translated values? And did you made it work with product cards as well?
No.
Can you also make it work with product cards? I will commit into product branch. Are you also in a product branch? I'll pull down the product branch and I'll commit the values for you. So let's say made product cards appear. And if you would like to see like the lists of cards, you can go to like specials sale URL. You can see it in the Scandi PWA shopware.store in the menu, the second menu link on the right, specials and sale. You will be able to see a product list of items. So ideally you can just enter some values there. And now here we see manufacturer, we see capacity, we see color and material. And we also saw the UI at some point somewhere. So where's my UI module? Alexander, you didn't migrate the virtual UI yet?
I already did.
Which branch? Material UI is that, yeah? Okay.
It's also available in separate UI branch.
And how to I import it? I'm just importing from Material UI, correct? Okay. And you're using it somewhere? Yeah, you're using it. So from Virtual Module UI. Okay. Okay, that's cool. What types do we have here? We have here a component, we have here accordion, and we will be using accordion, and we will be using input of type radio now. So we'll be using this virtual UI, which is currently implemented by Material. So where should we actually build it? I think we can build it in product UI, but in this case we might also, let's see. So this is our component. It has just product cards and stuff, but it also has some filtering information here. And actually our product list context should also share us with available aggregations in the context and should also share us the available pages. So let's quickly see what it currently contains in it. This is our product list context, and it has some aggregations. It has available sortings, has limit and total. Okay. Okay. Should we actually take a limit by default from what we have here? Okay, so maybe what we should do here as well is after we received this information, we might also say const what was the value for it. It was, I believe, set property. Yes, we can do set property from this dot context, and we can set property of limit to be a limit that we actually provide. So let's say limit, that's a key, and then the value should be actually a product's result dot limit. Okay, and maybe we should also set a page in case it's different. So we'll take a page and set the page. And finally, there should be some aggregations enabled. Oh wait, I have some issues. No router instance found. You should only use next router inside of the client side of your app. Let's see what it suggests. So during the pre-rendering, you tried to access. Yes, indeed, I tried to access it, but I tried to access it on construct. Okay, so maybe what I should do is I should do component did mount here. And when it's mounted, we should check if I have product results and props. So if product results, if not product results, we'll just return. Otherwise, we'll update the state. And this should hopefully resolve the issue, which we have now. Yes, and we see the limit was set. Perfect. And was it the redirect? I think it wasn't. So this set of property, I think it's kind of why the page wasn't set. So if I go to filtering provider, I should be able to see limit and page one. Okay, but if I erase that, just open it up, it will, okay, it has now them. Beautiful. And if I go back, okay, if I go like here, auctions, and then I go back, specials, okay, I do like this. If I go back, yeah, it pushes this into the state actually. Can I not push this into the state? So let's see, filtering provider, next push, and I think we should do here like soft push is replace, and if it is replaced, then if is replaced, then I think what we should do is we should instead do, if it's replaced, we should do router dot replace router. Will it work? Interesting. And we should return now here. I'm hopeful this will work. And by default, is replace is false. But what we would like to do in our product list provider is to actually set it to true. And I'm hoping this won't break. Yeah, we actually just one? Why? Oh, actually multiple. If I go back again, it's one by one. Okay, can we do it like so? So I'm on this page, then I'm on this page. And if I go back, see page, this is not good. This is not good. Thus, what should we do? We might see, we might do a different thing, and we might do it as follows. We might want to do set search param. This is like we're coming through all of these keys and setting them, but maybe we should also do set in a bulk? Is it possible? Okay, maybe I just haven't got it correctly. So I think I should keep this here, but then when search params is called, this has value. Set value, set properties, what I'm calling actually. I think I should be doing it like so. So is replace, yes, is replace, and this should be actually now set value is replace. I don't really like how it's currently looking, but that is how it is. Let's see later if we can fix that somehow. Just for now to check if the replace would work, because I would like it to not update the history. So I'm here, now I'm getting to special sale, and what I expect it to have limit and page. Beautiful. And if I go back, I should be directed back here. Perfect. So this is now simply setting the values. And let us also retrieve all currently enabled aggregation here. So if we go back here, we inspect the element, we should be able to see in our product list provider a list of product results, and aggregations is available aggregations, but what about current filters? Current filters are not actually applied, and I need to validate how it was looking. So aggregations. Yeah, I think properties are actually aggregations. So I think properties are actually aggregations. Maybe we should actually... How should we approach this? Let me open Postman. Let me see. Here's like a product listing request. It has something here. It has page and limit. But what if we want to say properties and add it as an array here? And let's take any aggregation which we have, except like manufacturer, maybe. Yeah, let's take this properties. And here is one of the properties, which is what? Which is color hex code, which is name black. I don't know what is this, but basically we expect now to see less products than we had originally. So total 8. If we filter like this, there should be a smaller total amount of them. Total 1. Indeed. So maybe what we should keep in our filtering context is instead we should keep properties. And can I filter the same for manufacturer? It's interesting. So if I take this key and I put it here, will it filter for me? I think it didn't. Yes, I think it didn't. Or everybody has the same manufacturer. Let's see. A product manufacturer. How would I filter for product manufacturer? Can I actually do it? Maybe we should just care about these properties for now. And that's it. Let's just care about the properties for now, and possibly that's a bad way to do it, but it is how it is. So aggregations param should actually be properties param. This is properties. And is it everything needed to be adjusted? No, here again we need properties. Okay. And what I think we should also do is to take properties, which we had here, properties, and we should set them into here, like this. Interestingly enough, properties as an empty object just gets removed. Why is it so? If I take a look at current filters, properties, it's an empty object. Yeah, because it's dot current filters, I think. And current filters, can they be applied like in a different way, not by property? Now it just added a limit here. This makes literally no sense to me. Why is it like so? So we getting the property and then we're setting it. We're setting it by setting search param. We're saying router replace router. And we go through each key. Why did it remove it? It's so strange. So if I do it like so, what will you give me? It will give me multiple things there. Why is it called multiple times? So let's see, how many times will this be called? Calling history replace. Okay, so we called the history replace, and what we had to do is basically to apply this filters into URL. And we kind of did. Let's reload. Unknown key passed. That's what I don't like. That looks like doing actually this is not the best approach. What's router replace expects the with router, which returns router. What it expects? It expects route. Router.push. What does the base router expect? No, where's my push here? Push. Yeah, so my push actually expects the URL, and then it expects as, and then it expects options. What are transition options? What are shallow transition? Shallow routing allows you to change URL without running data prefetching methods again, ensuring that includes. Okay, that's what I want. So can I see some examples? This is how they do it. Okay. So if I'm being completely honest, what I should be doing here is actually I took the router and where's my base router here? Like this is my next router. this is base router, and it has query and path name. Okay, so we should do const new URL equals router.pathname plus how do I glue together URL parameters? That's a good question. Or maybe URL has a different type, except just as being string. So let's see, push. Yeah, the URL is a different type. URL object, actually, it can be. So we're interested in path name, query. Okay. So const new URL object is equal to be what? It's equal to be I think I have removed some very important information. Yes. So const new URL equals actually what? A query from a router query. We can even do it like so. Router query, and this key equals new value, so we don't change the router itself. Okay, and what we also need is, I believe, a path name, and this path name is actually router.pathname. .pathname. Good. What else does this router can have? Path name, query. Okay, I think we can live with that. And then we say, what does the replace expects? Replace URL as, and then options. Okay, so we want to replace and then pass undefined, and then say shallow true. So we don't request from the server side. And here I think we should do the same thing, but then use history.push. And hopefully this now works. Let's see. It added some properties, but this is not what I actually want to do. So the prop slot is marked as required in what does the push return us? Is it asynchronous? Yes, it's asynchronous. So this is why it doesn't work as expected. So I think what we should actually do is go ahead into our filtering provider. See, this is get, it all returns values here, and this thing, it should actually return us this. So let's return this, return, and let's return. And about this parse int, this search param, so this is what it will return, and this is actually a promise now. And this promise should be used later on, so this should also be returned. And now when we're calling set property, we can actually await. So this is our product list provider. What we can do here is we can say, we can create a new function and say async, synchronize URL with products result. Okay. So what we can do is we can do like so, and we can take actually products result as a key, and then we can take this set property from context and await each set, and this should guarantee us being up to date. So let's see, this dot synchronize with URL, and let's pass in the product's result. Perfect. If we reload, all of them are here. Beautiful. And also product list component, but its value is undefined. The prop slot is marked as required, but its value is undefined. Product list block component has to have slot value, but its value is undefined. That's strange. That's strange. Product CMS slot component. Oh, of course, this is not CMS slot component. Yes, this is actually a CMS entity. We should take this entity from here, and we should fix this issue by extending CMS entity. And the same goes to sidebar filtering, I think. Yeah, like this. Oh, that's what I forgot. Okay. And if we... Oh, don't tell me. Yes, of course. It's actually scan the pwa /cms /src /component. Yes. Like so and like so. Perfect now. And yeah, should be much less issues here. Each key in product list component. Absolutely, that's correct. So let's also fix this. So let's go to our product list component. And here we have this product, and we should actually render a correct key here. So for optimization purposes, let's return all of this here. And we need a proper key. And in this case, the proper key would be actually a product unique identifier, I think. So we can take const. Let me see. Everything has a product. So let me take unique identifier from here. I can take unique identifier from product, and I can use it here as a key, and it should remove the warning we have. Perfect, no warnings. And if we go here, we just, yep, ideal. This is perfect, I think. And what we can also do is, instead of JSON encoding our favorite properties, what we can do here is rewrite it to be, so when we're getting it, we just want to split it by semicolon, and when we're setting it, we want actually to we want to get the value, and we want to join it by semicolon, and I think that's it. So now what we should do is we should see empty properties here, but still everything is working, and the limit is now synced with our data, because if we check our if we check filters, if we check the context, filtering context here, no, the limit is not synced. Why is not the limit synced? That's simply, I think, because we need to we actually, when setting property, we need to set it and then update it. Yeah, and then we need to set the state. So let's do this asynchronous function, and let's await this guy here, and let's actually await this dot set state, and in our state we're setting a key. We're setting a key by the value. This could be automated, but I think we won't be doing that. And now if we see, this is our filters, and if we remove it all, set it again, limit page properties, limit page properties, all synced. Beautiful. So now this URL is synced with this filters. So now when we do next page, we'll be able to easily request it. So it's time to do a little bit of our filters. So how should we approach filters? Let's see. So we have this product list, product card, and product. And let's take a look on original page here. So it has this price, weight, free shipping, has a selection, material, dimensions. Once I select it, it also sets properties. Yes, and it simply sets them by some value, not sure by what value. Let's see, what is this actually? 7.c. What is 7% 7c? We can actually do it like this, URL, what was it, decode URI, and this is, this is a vertical line. So to stay consistent, let's maybe do our filtering provider to actually use not a colon, but not a colon, but this vertical divider, because this would be this would exactly represent the original site. And what if I check the manufacturer? Manufacturer actually is a separate value here. And I believe the price would also be a separate value. So I'll reset it all. And so these guys down here, all the way till the weight. Yeah, it's all properties. But then we have this price here. And if I enter that, that's actually min price, and that's actually max price. Is that correct? Yes, it's correct. So let's expand our filtering provider a bit. So we have this properties key, and I think we should also have manufacturer param key. So this is our manufacturer param key, and it will be what's in the original site. Can I select manufacturer? This is the original key for manufacturer. Perfect. So we take manufacturer param key, we again split it, and this should be properties param key, which we're splitting. And this is actually okay. So manufacturer param key, we're taking manufacturer, we're setting it, we're splitting it. Perfect. And we should also do similar like of this to min price and max price, I think. So can this be .11? Or can it be comma? No, it can be only dot. So this is actually not a parse int. This is actually a float, I think. So let's do like this, and let's say min price, and let's say max price. So let's say max price, this is the key, original, and min price, this is also a key, original. So min price and max price, and I did it in the opposite way. This is my max price. and I should do actually min price key. I'm doing this thing here, and I should not parse int, I should parse float, and I don't need this, and by default it's undefined. Let's just set it to undefined. And what else do I have here? Set params, min price param key, set and get, value is replace, set param key, min price param, just value is replace. Yes, looks legit. And about the max price, it should be similar again, but again we're using parse float, and we're not passing in the 10 here.
I have an ideological question for you. So, I'm currently implementing the cart page.
Yep.
And it currently looks like this. As you see, we have this price and this price, and they have no currency because currency is fetched actually in another module. How should I properly approach it if we go the mosaic way? I shouldn't like import the context from another module directly, right?
You can, if they are like bound together, but you should provide it as your dependency then.
Alright. Okay.
Cool. So min price and max price. Let's quickly check if this actually works. So we check the properties work. Let's see if actually the min price is working. So let's say min price 100. Min price 100. What will happen? It should tell me, yeah, the total of 2. And if I remove this, sorry. Yeah, that's not supported. If I remove this, the total should be, I believe, more. Yeah, 8. So this is how we approach this guy here. Okay. So what about this product list? So maybe instead of passing them all separate, we should do like all filters, possibly. So this get all filters. Can we do it like this? Bind this, and maybe we should do a call here. I think we should do a call right away because we just need to call them. Get all filters. All filters is actually similar to this. Oh, that's basically get current state from URL. But we're not doing this from URL. Instead, we should do, yes, for each supported properties, we would like to actually reduce it to a map where we take each key and we actually do get. So that's the same thing as we had originally. Wait, do we actually need a state here at all? We kind of like could have the state, and the state would update the component internally. So that makes sense. That makes sense. So I think we should do get all properties here, but this would do following thing. This would actually return not the value. This would return this dot state dot key. So I think we're only interested in object keys. Then we have here a key, and then we just take the value from state. And this will get us all filters. So basically all filters are as follows. And we always create a new one. We pretty much always create a new one. That makes some sense. We don't need to track this because we are setting it through this set property. So let me see if I remove all of this and I reload. Maybe what I should also do, so this looks like it will be very common or not. So let's just paste them in. So this manufacturer actually, and it's actually in current filters manufacturer, I think, like this. Current filters manufacturer, true. And what else we're missing here is we are actually missing price.min, price.max, price.min. That's actually what? Oh, we can even do more things. We can do fancy things like this. We can say this is actually a page param key. This is actually limit param key. This is actually property param key. This is actually manufacturer, and this is actually this is actually manufacturer, correct? I'll copy it because I'm not sure. Yes, and this should be min price. Current filters dot price dot min, and this should be max price, I think, and it's price dot max. So it synchronizes the URL with parameters, and if we save it, we should be able to see it all gloriously still working and setting all possible values. Yeah, it sets all possible values by default. I'm not sure if this is like the good behavior. How can we how can we better approach this? We can say like if page is not 1 and if limit is not default, maybe the default limit should be set to like where's my default limit? 24. And in this case, what we can do is actually for each of them, we can say that if product limit, is it better to do it here? I think it makes sense here to do, it makes sense to call all of them, because internally in this set property, I think we should do it actually here. If the value is already the same, we should not update the state. Correct? I think that's correct. So about this manufacturer, the default value is object. For min price and max price, that's by default, I think, undefined. But what does this return? 0. So let's set 0 by default. Okay. Okay. And we just then should not update anything if let me see again what's inside of my API product request. So the get products gets this aggregations. I don't like this aggregations. I think what we could do here is we can simply do min price as a key. So we can say min price, or even better, min price, which would be equal to like min price. Okay. And we can have max price, I think, which could be max price. Max price. And then we could have properties. And these could be like properties, just properties. And manufacturer is manufacturer. let me see, manufacturer here, manufacturer here. Then all we need to do is to set min price. Then we'll need to set max price. We can set it like so. And what we will be missing in this case is, yes, sorting, this guys and this guys. And so we won't support any posting filters and stuff. Sounds good. Sounds good. And where's my sorting selection? Is there any sorting selection? I don't see. I see. Sorting selection, good. So I can switch the name. Oh, and also page is P. Okay. So page is P. Should we actually represent it? I think we can very well do it. But then this won't match. Okay. Okay. So we just reload it. All defaults get into, and here what I wanted to set is that basically, once when we are setting those filters, setting those search parameters, what we should check, this is get search param, this is set search param. So before we do anything, we should check if current key. Okay, I won't be just doing that right now. Because this could lead me into some deep rabbit hole of perfection. So all filters we have here, and we also have here the set property thingy. So and again, in this product request, we can take a page, we can transform P into the page. Perfect. So now we're working with correct values, and we can go ahead and implement filters. Nice. So how would we approach filter implementation? I think we should do a list of them. Then we need different types of filters. Maybe that's even worth to do in a separate module. Maybe this is worth doing in a separate module. Let's see how the filtering context is like interrelated. Not so much actually. So in product request, the filtering context, the product list provider, the filtering context is only called on component did mount. So we can just call this property after the component did mount was cached. Let's do a new module here, and let's call it product filtering. Actually, it's because it will be easier to manage from there. It might be quite a large module, so let's just do it. So, but then if we do it, then we will also have to do CMS product, and here we would have to do different integrations into here, which could make sense because they don't do anything. They don't do anything at all. And I think it's possible to use a render function here because it's more consistent. You could not use render content, but render will 100% be used. So if I want this to be separate, okay, let's just not hesitate and do it. Let's do filters. Should filtering be separate? Should it be product filters right away? Product filter. Then it will have like product filter CMS or CMS product filter. It will have CMS product filter. No, I won't be doing this again. I have so much different decisions to make today. So let's do filter list, and let's quickly consult. Should we take a look? Should we not take a look? No, let's not take a look on how does the Vue storefront approach this solution. So in terms of filters, I want to see actually a list of them, different types, and I want it to be, I think, an array of filters, and then I would need to I basically need to construct an array of filters with values and types that I would need to use. So how should I approach this? Let's do just a product. Here we'll need the same fields as a product. So let's take all of them from there, and let's rename this to be a filter list. Yes. And let's rename this to be a filter.container. Yes. So now we have this filter list container, and it should import what? Filter list component, of course. And there should be a filter list component here. And we should update the indexes. So the container could be just empty for now. And then we also have this basically filter list component, which for now just has some content, and I'm fine with that. So here in our container, what we should provide to our component is actually all available filters. And we have filter list, and we should also have selected filter list. So how should we do it? How should we do it? So let's say static context type. And for this filter list, we will actually need multiple contexts. So in this case, we have to do it differently. We'll have to do it like so. So we'll have a with context, I think. Was it with context? With contexts. So it takes multiple parameters here, and this is context or contexts, an array of contexts. So the first one, which I believe we want, is a filtering context, and another one we want is actually product list context. Nice. So now here, let's create a function that would, for example, get, so it will be container props, and there will be container functions. It's the opposite of how I did. So props is actually a function that returns us something, and to begin with, let's simply console log this props to see what's inside. And if we take a look inside, oh, we are not running this project at all. Beautiful. Yeah, for sure, go ahead. Well, yeah, we also need to use this filter list container, so let's use it right away in our section. What was our section? It was in CMS product, I think. So Where it is, CMS product. Here in the sidebar filter, I think we should need the same logic as we did for product list block. No, for a product list slot. We need this content and we need this render product list. But in our case, we will be rendering a different thing. We will be rendering a filter list. So let's import filter list component here, and we only need a filter list as it is, like this, and let's rename this to be render filter list. And now we need to have this filter list key. So let's create a new config file, and let's say export const filter list key, and let's say this one is filter list, basically, because we'll also have a selected filters there. So this is our filter list, and our filter list is actually rendering a list of filters, and it also needs this create sorted render map, and this key can be imported from here, and this looks legit for now. We don't need to pass anything in, and we should see, yes, we should see some logs in there. So it's rendered quite a lot of times, which is not ideal, in my personal opinion. So filter list container. Filter list container should do what? So it has this filtering context, it has all selected filters, and we have this product list context, which has all products currently, and that's not enough for us. So product list context should also return us all aggregations, as far as I remember. Yep, it should return us all aggregations. Or we could also name them, let's keep them as aggregations, because this would make our life much easier later on. So this is our aggregations, get all aggregations. This dot get aggregations is what we will provide. Perfect. Now if we reload, we should see, we should see filtering context, and we should see all product list context, all aggregations that we have. And now for each of those aggregations, we would need to create a map that would take all available values and prepare them for us in some sustainable way. So in this case, we'll need to create a map here, I think. Yes, so let's just do filter or aggregation or filter map, and let's start with something like not basic. Okay, let's go for manufacturer param key. And what we are doing here is we are actually passing in a function, and this function should actually be this dot get manufacturer options. Perfect. So this just gets us manufacturer options, and maybe, okay, so container props, this is our function, and let's get all filters. Let's do get all filters, and available filters, maybe available. Well, let's get, for now, just get all filters. What we'll do here is we'll do return object dot keys this dot filter map, I think. We can do a reduction of it, reduce, and possibly we just don't need keys, we need actually entries. and we are reducing it with accumulator and key value, and we are reducing it into an object. So this object looks like return accumulator, actually like this, accumulator key equals, this is our getter, or let's name it value getter. Cool, and let's call this value getter for each. And then we need to do get manufacturer options. This is our function. And here we can return, instead of this, we can return this. And we can say all filters equals get all filters. This dot get all filters. And while it's not too late, I think we should rename this to be not all filters, but get selected filters. This should be selected filters. Cool. So now we have the segregations, which we should take from our product list context. So in our where I was, in our filter list container, we should go ahead and actually take product list context, and we can actually move this into our product list context right away. So we could just get manufacturer options. Let's see, if I would get manufacturer, it would return me some entities. Cool. And it has some names, some descriptions, even links. Wow. And only thing I need from them is, I think, this ID. So maybe we should just right away take them. And here then we should just keep select filter. Let's keep this file for now like it is at the moment, but let's use the component right away. And what we'll do here is we might do create manufacturer filter, and then so instead of filter map, we might do like this. So it would be a map. So filter key renderer map, or even filter component render map, filter component map. And let's say for manufacturer param key, we would like to render that's so complex in terms of like the logical appearance of this. So we could have I would vote for having like an abstract filter, but is it possible? For price, it's definitely not possible. For entities, it also doesn't look as possible. So maybe we should just prepare them into some valid format here. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. For now, let's keep this aside. And let's keep this aside, and let's say render filters for now, just like it was. And here we should get manufacturer. Okay, let's just get manufacturer. So we're getting this thing from props. This is not the good way to do it. The good way to do it would be as follows. So then we are getting product list context. From it, we are getting aggregations. Let's copy the key because I'm bad at typing. So we're getting aggregations, and that's pretty much, and that's pretty much the place where we'll be getting our manufacturer. manufacturer. Oh, bad. Manufacturer. And what I'm getting from manufacturer is actually all entities. Not sure. Yeah, all entities. So what I should do is I should return basically entities. So this is my manufacturer options, and potentially I should format them in some proper way. So let's say like this. Preferred format would be, so the preferred format I would like to see is basically URL when selected, maybe URL when selected, ideally for SEO, yes, then the name, and then the value, or maybe even better, name it label and value. And that's it for filters, I think. And maybe we should also have a type here. So there could be different types of filters. And then we'll go for each filter we can get, basically. And we'll fire every getter. Yeah, this makes sense. So maybe we should do it like this instead. So we'll have a map, then we get all manufacturer options, and we can do it as a simple function. So we'll get all manufacturer options from the context. And then we'll get this dot get what we also have, properties options. This will be like very similar. Okay, let's for now implement one. So we should return entities.map and not actually map. What we should return is actually a label, a key to update, a label URL key, possibly. And then what we should return, yeah, this should be enough. Label, URL key, and options. So for each option, we should also have label and value, and ideally URL to URL. Yeah, URL that if I click it will be applied. So like predict the URL. Good. So now for this manufacturer, we should return actually how we name it. Let's name this just a name. Let's say name options label, and we can also do a type here potentially. If and options should be like optional, I think. So optional options, but these guys should be 100% present. And potentially they should have on click here right away. Maybe we should define on click, or even on options select. Let's see. Let's just see. Go ahead and see. So we have label. In this case, label is basically what? Manufacturer, and it's hard coded, or it will be somewhere translated. Do we have something translated here? We have elements, we have available sortings. No, we don't. So manufacturer. I'm always getting bad in this. So filters, manufacturer, this guy here, we can copy it here and put it here, manufacturer. Okay. And it will also have some name, and in this case the name is actually manufacturer param key, and it also will have a type, and this type could it be mapped? No, it couldn't, so let's say it's select, or let's say it's actually what it is. It's checkbox. Let's say just select. Possibly there are different, so checkbox. Let's say select. They also have options, and options are actually entities which are mapped, and entity, it's actually manufacturer, and for each manufacturer what we are returning is actually label, value, and URL. For now it will be label. Label will be what? It will be manufacturer dot name, might be, or even better, translated name, manufacturer dot translated dot name, and value is actually manufacturer.id, I think. What? Manufacturer.id. Cool. And this is basically all we can have for manufacturer. So we just return a single string. For properties, it would be a little bit different. So for properties, we have like a huge list of them, I think. So let's go ahead and see. These are ratings, properties. We have them here. So properties, and for each property, I think I did a mistake here. Aggregations property. I think what we should do is we have this name, which will be we have translated name, okay. So we don't have any entities here yet. So what we'll do is we will return properties dot reduce, I think, because there could be a not filterable. So this is actually a property, accumulator, and property itself. Nice. So accumulator in our case will be an array, and what we'll be doing is we'll be checking if properties dot filterable, if not proper. Basically we should do if property dot filterable, then we should do stuff, and then we should return accumulator, and we should do here accumulator dot push, and here would be our property transformed. So how should we transform it? We should say that we have how we call that, label, and the label is actually what? The label is property dot translated dot name, and the name of this is actually also different. It's properties param key, and we also have this type, I think, and this type is again hard coded. It's select. Finally, we have these options, and options is again property dot dot options dot map, and for each option we should actually have an option here, and this can return an object immediately. What's up here? What's wrong here? This is this. This is this. This is this. And it wants me, I believe. Oh, it's alright. So this should us return label and value. So label is, I believe, again option dot translated dot name, and value should be option dot ID. I think. Let's check. Option, the group is nice. Translated name, and it also has something else here, the ID. It also has position, so you might sort it. That we might sort them all actually. So let's just add somewhere here to do sort. Maybe move getters to context, to filtering context, or to context, just like this. Okay. Another thing we need to do is we need to go to filtering provider here and need to think about what if the property is already present. So we should check here that if the this dot state dot key is equal or contains, basically how can we check? We should add maybe another function to these guys, and it is like is or has, let's say has, and let's say value, and let's say this that it has. If it has, then how can we check it? We should check it with state, I think. So basically the result would be this dot state dot value, or we could do reset. We could do reset then, or okay, we'll think about it later. This is our properties options, I think. Should be enough. We can also have this dot get price options. These are, I think, everything that we currently support. So what we can do is we can go ahead like this and say price. Let's see how it looks like in reality. It has indeed a price, it has a min, and it has a max. So, okay. So for these guys, we should return some other type. So let's return, and let's return what? Let's return again. We are always returning an array of two things. The first one is actually label name and type. Label name and type. And in this case, this would be price, min price, and max price, I think. Min price, and actually max price. And this is of type range maybe. we can do it like so. We can do price, label price, name price, potentially, type range, and here we could do, for example, options, and we could say min price. Oh, this is not how the options work. So we return a single value for now. And we should do some transformations to it. So that's a price, that's a range type. And what would we do with that? We actually want min and max from it. So we want min and we want max. And how should we approach options? Let's say we will just have an array here, and the first one would say min, the second one would say max, this one label is min, this one label is like max price, this should be like min price. And what we should also have here is actually to, so the value of max price is actually max, it's actually min, and the value for max price is actually max. So this kind of could be processed into some values. We also will need to add internationalization here. So how to do it, I'm not sure at this point. No, like today at least, I'm not sure how will I be approaching internationalization, at least to this. But here in our content, what we should be able now to do is we should say get all filters, and get all filters will actually be like this dot get all filters dot filter map dot filter list. Let's say it's a filter list. So what we would like to do with this filter list is actually do filter list, and we would like to reduce it. And we would like to reduce it into accumulator and filter. And we can do it like so. So it's accumulator and all, actually the filter getter. Filter getter it is. So it's not just a filter list, it's a filter getter list. Okay. And do we need any container functions here? Not sure. Would we like to I think what we should do now is here we should add a render map here like this, or filter type component map. And this should actually provide us some information on different filters available. So there should be like a select filter here. There should be like a range filter here. And I think we also need on change for these guys here as well. So like on change, and once this is changed, so what should happen? We'll get a value. I think we should do min and max just like this. And selected min, and I think it should be selected max. And once I get these selected min and selected max, I could actually get filtering context into play, and I can actually get set property, I think, from filtering context. Let me see, where's my cursor? Here. So it was set property indeed. So we'll take set property from filtering context, and what we'll need to call here is we'll need to check if selected max let's just simply set property selected min, and let's just set property selected max, selected max. But we need to provide, when I'm setting the property, I need to actually specify a value and a key. So we have a value from our filter list container, but what we are not having is, we should say this one is actually a min price param key. This one should be actually max price param key. And name here is properties, but in reality it's property ID. This one should be, which also should have on change, and this on change should get a value. And what it should do, it should take actually values from the big filtering context, and it should take like all values, I think, or selected filters. Selected filters from filtering context. What it should do, it should actually get it should get selected filters, and how was it? Selected filters, then we get properties param key, I think. So let's say properties param key, and this is current array, current properties. And what we should do is we should check if current properties dot include array includes let's do index of search string. What we're looking for in our array, we're looking for a value. So if current index of equals -1, filter not found, added. This means that what we should do is we should actually call set property, and we should get a set property somewhere. We can get it from here, for example. So we can get this set property, and we should set property of properties param key. And this name here, it should be different. It should be property.id. So on change, this should be property ID. Let's say index of property ID. Then we'll set here a new array of current properties, comma property ID. So we set a new and we simply return. Why don't you like my return? And here we'd still need to set property, So in this case, we will eliminate 1. So let's say const. No, thank you. This is actually, this should go like this. This should go like property ID. This should go like this, property ID, and it's actually underscores. We are removing this property, and this is other properties. And we will do it in current properties. So we'll remove the current property and keep others. What we'll need to do is just to set it here. And this looks all right. Unexpected comma after rest element, yes. And value is assigned but never used. This is expected, so disable. Okay, so we're setting property, and this looks all right. This looks all right. Something very similar to this should actually happen when the on change of manufacturer happens. And in this case, the only big difference would be that we don't need to, this is manufacturer ID, and here we need to have manufacturer param key, and here we can even say also hard code it like manufacturer. So we get manufacturer ID, and we say this is not current properties, this is current manufacturers. And in case we don't have one, we can just set it. So we'll set it. Perfect. Perfect. Current manufacturers. Otherwise, we'll take manufacturer ID and say other, and my favorite word, oh no, manufacturers, other manufacturers. So we'll remove a single one and we'll set a manufacturer param key. So this is how we update manufacturers. Yeah, it looks big, it looks common, but should get the job done. And let's add here that we also have on change somewhere here, on change. Perfect. So have some options, we have some value. Perfect. URL, not needed for now. Good. Good. So price is hard-coded price. This is hard-coded property ID. And this is hard-coded manufacturer. Beautiful. Now when we get a list of all filters here, we should, for example, say select. And this select will be changed later on. So this will be this.render filter select type, for example, filter select type, and for example we have range. This will be this.render filter range type. Beautiful. Beautiful. So for this one, let's say return what's going on? So I will return a test. This is range, and for my render select type, I will return. What should I return? Return. This is select. Okay, and now here for filters, what we should actually get is an array of all filters, and here is, I believe, a good place to write a proper prop types. and this is all filters. Now I need these prop types, which I'm too lazy to get and to type, so I'll copy them. So this is actually a prop types dot array of prop types dot shape, and I think the shape looks like this. We have a label which is prop types dot string. We have a name which is prop types dot string. We have onChange, which is prop types of string. We have type, which is prop types dot string. OnChange is actually a function. And we should have options here, and this is prop types dot array of, again, prop types dot shape. And this prop types dot shape includes value here, prop types dot value dot string, or it could be multiple prop types dot one of type, and I think this could be prop types dot string or prop types dot number. And I think one of type expects an array like this. This should be is required. And except of value, it also expects the label, which is prop types dot string. Awesome. So we now have this all filters. So like always, let's do render content first. Render content. And here let's do const all filters, which is this dot props. And in render, let's just call this dot render content. And here let's do return all filters dot map. And let's say this dot render filter of filter, simply like this. And we should have render filter, which takes actually a filter in. It should take a type of this filter from filter, and then it should do return this dot filter type component map. Let's say that's const component equals this guy here. So this is the type, and we'll return this component, and we'll say filter equals filter, like this. Is it good? It looks okayish, but this won't actually work because I think this won't be considered as functions. So let's just see. Let's just see. Index is here, container is here. We can switch to Chrome. And I expect a lot of errors. Yeah, this dot filter getter list reduce is not walkable. Does that filter list reduce? Yeah, so for some reason again, construct. Let's say props here, and what should we do? We should say that this dot filter list is actually this thing. This is here super dot construct props, and potentially we should do the same here for this filter context map. No, just maybe. It doesn't like it, but hopefully it will work. filter getter list is not a function just yet, so possibly that wasn't the case. That most likely wasn't the case. The thing I know for sure, this should be like this. It should be an arrow function, but here, all filters, then we call each filter getter, and each filter getter is actually a function, but it should be bind to this. Hopefully like this. And this dot filter getter, this get all filters. Still won't work. I'm almost certain it won't work. Let's console.log this dot filter getter list, and let's see what's up inside of that. We don't know what's inside. We also don't know. Let's kill the process. A very strange command popped up. So my password, and then I will simply go back to my project. It's in packages blank theme, I think. We should do yarn dev. So it's compile it, and then we should also see the error or the console log at least. So function. Okay, because I cannot reduce into nothing. I should reduce into something. And why I'm reducing it? Because I need it, yeah. Properties.reduce is not a function. So where's my properties.reduce? Okay, and why isn't that a thing? So what's up with these properties? Console.log properties. Let's see. Okay, so properties are not actually, yeah, it has also entities here. So it's properties.entities. Is that correct? So properties, yeah, properties, entities, and then we get to the point. Sure, so properties, then we get entities, and this is what we actually think. This is what we will actually iterate over. So let's say this is our properties. Beautiful. Oh, and this is rendered. And of course, yes, it says the keys are not valid. And let's quickly resolve this. So what we'll do is we'll take filter type and name, and we can set this value here to actually have a key. It actually has a key now, and this key is actually unique. Hopefully it's unique. If we reload, yep, the error is gone. We can see multiple selects. All right. All right. So what we should do now is we should basically create our filters, I think. So how would we approach it? Let's see how this shopware looks like. So it has manufacturer, then it renders some values. Yeah, it has different rendering for different types. So let's go ahead and create a new folder. Let's call it filter, select filter. And I believe what select filter would have is just an index.js. And as always, index.js is very simple. It's just export. And what it will also have is a select filter.component.js. And here inside, we will have this. And what we'll do is we'll take it, name it as a component, and we'll need to get a pure component. Pure component, please. Okay. Seems like I'll need to copy that. Perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. And I need to export default select filter component. Nice. So now the render method of it, let's just, as always, return this dot render content. And I think in content, what should we do? We should actually we should import accordion from import let's see, virtual UI. How is the typings for virtual UI going? So we need actually an accordion, component accordion. So we need, it's default exported. We need accordion from at virtual UI. And what does it says? Okay, so now we can return accordion and what it expects from us. Accordion props details and summary, which are React nodes. Okay, so let's say details and let's say summary, and let's now say render details and a render summary, I think. So the details in our case would be actually what? The details in our case would be this dot render details. The summary would be this dot render summary. So for summary, it's simple. We just take the label. We'll just take a label. So it's const label, which we're taking from this dot props, and this is our label here. We just returned the label, but it's not like this. It's actually filter label. Okay, and yes, we're missing a prop validation, so it's static prop types here. And what we expect here is actually this guy here. And I think it might be a good idea to move this into somewhere. This is filter, and this should be required. Is required. And again, I don't have prop types. Let's import them. So this is required. Good. So now about rendering details. Here I would like to render a select. So I would like to use the UI for it. So maybe except of accordion, I also need to so virtual UI, it has input checkbox, and I think I need input checkbox. Label checked, default checked, and on change. Okay, so let's try. Let's return input checkbox, which we'll take from here. And what I need to pass into it was a label. And oh yes, render details. It's not as simple. Input checkbox, input select. let's for now just do options. Let's take all options we have, and let's simply return options.map this.render option. This is temporary, so we'll take this, we'll take that, and what we need to do here is to actually return something. And again, as promised, let's try this input checkbox. Let's try this input checkbox, and possibly this won't be enough. So let's do it like this. Let's return. Alright. Alright. And in this input checkbox, we need to pass in the label. And let's go ahead and take this label. So let's take const label. From where we are taking the label? We are taking the label from this dot, not like this props, but we also want to take filter label. Oops. Filter label. And this is not like this. Again, this is our option. So we need to take the filter from option. And I think it's better to create a specific component for it. So we might even do that. And we need actually an onChange. We actually need an onChange from the filter. So let's take onChange. So we have a label and we have onChange. So this is onChange. And what we might also want to do is actually render here if the filter is actually selected already. So how do we approach that? Again, we could have used this filter list here and added some logic to check if the value is actually present or is actually selected. Well, this is kind of simple, so kind of, I'm only saying kind of. Yeah, so basically is selected is equal to stuff like this. So I need to get this guy here, current properties, and I need to basically check if, or I basically need to return this instead of even checking. So I need to return current properties index of property ID does not include 1. So if it's not equal to 1, then we are kind of selected. We only need to reference the property.id here. And this goes pretty much the same for manufacturer. For manufacturer here. So is selected, but this time we need to say manufacturer.id. Yeah, but this is for options. Yep, like this, manufacturer.id, and we'll need to have manufacturer param. And this is current manufacturers. Again, current manufacturers, index of manufacturer ID. So let's say this is get is selected. I don't like this. Let's calculate it first. So let's do it like this. Filtering context. Selected value, manufacturer ID. Current manufacturers. And basically now for each property we would need to call this function. So for each property here we would need to call this function, and it looks alright. And here I think I also did a mistake. Instead of doing it like so, I think I need to take this out, put it here, and actually take this value, cut it, paste it here, and we're actually not looking into here but rather here, so we are looking for selected options. Option ID. Perfect. So now we have this is selected here, we have is selected here. Boom, like this. And we want to keep this for our, say, is selected prop types dot bool. Nice. And for our select filter, let's do the same. They also have, oops, prop types boolean. And now what we can pass into our input checkbox is actually default checked. So if I say default checked, and it's actually is equal to is selected. So default check is selected. Finally, I need to go ahead to my list of components, and I'll need to change this render filter range type to actually be select filter component. Let's rename it a bit, so it will be just select filter, and we don't need this component at all. I need to rename this guy here to component. Maybe it will render us something. So it's rendered as price for some reason. Yes, each child should have a unique key prop. This is related to our select filter, and here we should also have the key, and this key should be unique. So let's take an ID, and let's take this ID. So this on change should actually be, this is like not the good way to do it, but after we move this into a separate component, it will work all right. So again, I'm rendering the price while I wasn't expecting to render a price. Why this could happen? So filter of type select, and actually let's do here a quick file. Oops. Let's create a new file here. Let's rename it to be .config file. Let's remove everything from here, and let's say export const select filter type, and it's equal just select. Okay, and now we have this select filter type, which we can actually now reference here. Please. Why don't you discover this file? I have this file. Select filter type. Boom, perfect. So I have now this select filter type, and I'm of course not seeing this because I did the incorrect. I replaced the incorrect guy. So let's do this select type, and let's change this here as well, so it will render us the proper type. And we might need to do the same for our manufacturer here. So let's do it like this. And that's beautiful. That's perfectly beautiful. I love it. And if we select it, nothing happens just yet. Yeah. So again, each child in a list should have a unique key. Input checkbox container. What? Ah, okay, this is select filter. IDs are not unique. What? I'm mapping options, and each I give a key. Potentially, I forgot to add it here. No, it has a filter and key. So what key is it missing? Accordion container, input checkbox container. So in accordion we have some issue. In accordion we render details, and then we are mapping it with render option. Then for each input checkbox we set a key, which is unique ID. Maybe I'm wrong somehow. Let's try using indexes, because indexes would never be the same. And let's see. Okay, so some keys actually, some IDs actually intersect. And that's very strange. So let's just do console log and see IDs every time they are rendered. And IDs are undefined. Of course, because actually we need a value here. And I'm forgetting what I just wrote myself. And now it's all unique and beautiful. All right. So this is all ranges. And if I change something, it gets added here. And if I change the manufacturer, it gets changed. I see a lot of issues. A component is changing default change check state of an uncontrolled switch base after being initialized. Okay, so maybe this should be just checked. And let's see, capacity selected, car skin selected. If we will load, it should still give us these guys selected. But it didn't, because actually the response which we received did not match. This is because when doing a request, we should check. So, okay, this is a different problem that we should resolve as well. So in our filtering context, here, let's delete this plugin folder for now. So in our filtering context here, we see that there are, these are different types of filters, but the important thing is that once the product list is mounted, we are tempted to reuse the original filters applied. But does it work the same here? So if I select like all of these filters, 2 and 5 liters, boom, 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 I say configure, say save. If I reload it, yes, no filters are still found. So what can we do about that? Can we pass them through when we are actually doing a CMS page request? I don't think this is possible, but I would be very surprised if it actually is possible. So how can we get around that? We can check if there are any filters applied in the filtering context. And if there are some applied, then we should not consider this loading. But filters are only available when? Can we get filters right here? Possibly we could, because they're like in a context. So we should do here to do, make sure filters applied match to products result. This should be pretty simple thing to do. So if we let's do get is current filter matching products result. So what we should do, we should actually take products result, and how should we act? We should act as follows. We should take selected filters they were. Let me see. They are selected filters. And we should also take, how was it? Current filters from here. So there are current filters. So the const current filters from products result. What we should actually do is we should confirm that these match before setting the product list. And how do we actually go about that? How do we actually go about that? Selected filters, current filters. I think this logic is actually reusable, and maybe that's a good point to migrate it there. Okay, so let's take a look here. So let's just console log them together, selected filters and current filters. And let's, for a quick brief moment, disable this function and this code as well. And what we should do now is we should go ahead here, reload the page, select some filters, and refresh it. So I'm expecting to see what I first expect to see. I expect to see those filters selected, and they are. But what I also expect to see is I expect to see this function to be called, but I won't see it called because I need to do this first. And now we might be able to see the result. Yes, cannot destructure property current filters of products result. Cannot destructure what? Okay, current filters from products result. Let's just console log the whole product result then. Of course. I need to pass in the products result. Now it's like this. So I have page, I have limit, I have min, max price, I have properties, and I have manufacturer. So manufacturer can be compared with properties right away. And the price should be a little bit adjusted. How would I do it correctly? How would I do it correctly? Get is current filter matching products result. I don't want to code each of them like right here with ifs, like check this one, check this one, check this one. Maybe I should move this actually to here, so I just check if it's actually present for each of them. That's a good question to ask. Also, we shouldn't like check pages as well, or should we? I think we should check the page. If we do it like in a hard-coded way of things, how should I approach it? So I should say that there are current filters, and there are also page and limit in this guy, page and limit. So what I could immediately do is I could say, for example, like this, and I could say manufacturer. I could say what else I do here. Properties. I could say min price. I could say, but min price actually like min price, and max price the same. I could say max price. And finally, I need a limit and page here. This is max price. And what I can say here that if basically any one of them is not the same, then I should act. And also in this select filter, in this filtering container, what I should definitely do is once I get them, I should, once I get the array here and split it, I should filter it by Boolean, because I want to not have empty strings in my response. Okay, and if I now write this big if, I can not do it, I just return. And can I compare it to arrays? Arrays contain the same value. JS. So yeah, we have this function to array compare, which I think might be quite useful. So if I put it into my framework here, src util get translated field, what I might also add here is actually array, or maybe let's do compare.js, because sometime in the future there might be like other things to compare. And this is actually export const array compare, and what it does, it actually compares to arrays, and I think it looks legit, so I can do array compare here. So return multiple things. Array compare manufacturer. Compare. Ah, yes, thank you. Compare. Beautiful. We can take this compare from here. Oops. Yeah, compare. And I think we should name this as selected manufacturer, and I think we can name this as, I hate this destructure, it will be so huge. Let's not destructure because I'm too lazy. Let's do array compare. Let's just do this, and let's say array compare selected filters dot manufacturer and current filters dot manufacturer, and array compare is actually coming from there. We also need to array compare the properties and the properties here. Hope they called properties here and there. Yep, all right. And I also need to compare limit and page. So this is not like this. This should be and end, and this should be also end, and this should say that the page is equal to current filters, not current filters, to selected filters dot page is equal to, I think it was p and not page. No, it's actually page. Okay, and lastly, and then I want my selected filters.limit to be equal to limit, and I want my selected filter price to be in the proper position. So selected filter.price, and my coming from a context, it's not price, it's actually min price, and I want to make sure that my min price is the same as current filters.price.min, and I want to make sure that my selected max price is actually equal to current filters.price.max. And only if that holds true, I should be able to, so const is current filter matching products result. I hate such long claim. Let's just say is matching. So if it is matching, then we should do some logic. So if it's matching, then we should do the stuff. Else, or let's not do else's because I hate else's. Let's return. And here let's just set it to default values. I think is loading true, it is. And let's do it the opposite way. Let's do it the opposite way, because here we would also need to do this dot request product list, because the filters are not matching. Perfect. Perfect. And if I did everything right, I should not see a product list here. And I do. Oh, because if it's not matching, we should... yep. So products, under products, empty products we see. And this should have something in it. So let's do products. Let's do aggregations. And let's name this get default products result. Default products result should return us this thing here. This is our default products result. So let's do this.get default products result. Yeah, so why not? Why not? Products result, oh fuck, it's elements, yes. Products result elements is empty array, and aggregations, nobody knows what are aggregations by default. It's an object, cool. And now this things again. So where was I? So here, I think somewhere here. Filtering list, yeah, here. So selected filters, aggregations, properties, entities. We might honestly do it. We might honestly do it, but maybe the better solution here would be to just, where's my extra reduce? Here. So instead of doing this, I could actually do this, and I could actually return this, and I could actually write it like this. So I try it. If I fail it, then I'll just skip this filter at all. So we'll return accumulator. This is kind of expected. Uncaught in promise, errors not found, no root found. Async generate. What's happening here? You can't call set state component. It's not yet mounted. Product list provider. Okay, product list provider. Set state. Of course, I won't be doing it. So this should be moved away from here. And once the component is mounted, actually, we should synchronize products with results. If not product result, we should request product, and yeah, and if we let's say if it's not loading actually, then we should products result. If it's not loading, then we request a product list. If it is loading and component is mounted, we request a product list. Otherwise, if it's not loading, we just synchronize our state. Wow. And if I select some values here and reload, we should actually see this being requested. No. Why? Is loading is true. Because the product result exists. But we check if it's matching. That's a different thing. We maybe should check again if it's matching here. Let's check if it's matching again. So let's see if it's matching. If our product result is matching, then if it's oh my god. So if it's matching, then we synchronize, otherwise we request a list of products. Okay. And this is kind of expected, but this doesn't much. What's up? No root found, store API products. Yes. So where's my root? Store API product listing. But okay, store API product, it is done, or it's still a product listing. I would say it's product. It should be a product. Let me go to my favorite Shopware documentation. Shopware 6 API product. Searching for products, hopefully. No. Shopware store API. Yep, that's the one. And we're looking for products. Fetch, search for products. Now, fetch a list of products. And we should post to /product. And what I did, I think I did something different. I posted to /products. Okay. Wow. So they came. So the products with these filters came. This is like awesome thing, awesome news. The problem is our filters did not filters, but our filtering list did not update because all filters is empty. Or this is not because of that. Wait. Product list context aggregations is empty. Why? Let's check if it's true or it's just a context being loggy. So this one claims that the filters applied have some properties. That's correct. And this one says that it has some products, but it has no aggregations. Wow. Okay. And let's see what happens in our filtering then product list provider. Here we have product results and we haven't set aggregations. What? So we requested products, we set loading to true again, then we did some logic here, then we should get aggregations from the result. Products result, aggregations. It's here, aggregations. So what's up? Why didn't you just took these values? You should have had done this. This guy like has everything it needs, but it didn't set it here. It set product, but it didn't set values. What? And it's array which is empty. So do I see any empty array here? Aggregations were set to array. Why? Aggregations were never an array. Product result, aggregations. What's up, Alexander? You look so happy.
I finally made breadcrumbs work.
That's a good thing. I almost made the product listing with filter work. That's kind of also cool.
So now you have only two entries, but
Mm-hmm.
actually they have also four entries, plus home and plus
You will show me this in some
navigation.
seconds.
And if you click here, you will go to summer trends.
Wow, so so it even works.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
amazing.
Let's set this is loading to false actually because we have completed the request. Oh, and also here, these aggregations, these are not right. So we need to get actually all, we need to get what? We need to get selected filters, I think. So where is my selected filters? So here they are. And in our product list, we need to take actually selected filters. And as far as I remember, we should put those selected filters here. And this should be enough for it to go. It might fail to request, but let's just see. So network, if I see that's a product request. Oh, it returned no aggregations. Oh, I know why. That's because this is actually not a category request. We have to do a different request for a category specifically. Yes, yes. Jawohl. So, product list, request products here. This actually is perfect right now. So we received a list of products filtered by what we expected it to filter, and it rendered. Perfect. And now what we should do, we should do the integration with category. So we should do an integration with category. And how would we approach it? Let's see. We have this get products, which is actually not the correct endpoint. So maybe we should do like get product endpoint here. And for now, we'll just return this get products, which is default. And here we'll need to code this dot get product endpoint. Then we need to call it with selected filters. This should still work. It does. The biggest thing here is that now we can create a plugin to this function and actually modify it if we are in a context of category. Will it be possible? Let me think. Would it be better to extend this? Should we make this like a type switch internally, or should we make this actually a little different? Like, I have few options here. I can make this. I can make this switch if it needs to switch, or I can extend this product list provider at all and render a new product list provider if I believe I should. And the difference here would be is that in this CMS product, basically when I render a list, where's this is filter list. Oh, here, in this CMS product entity here. I would need to render a different provider if it is if we are in category. Here's the place where actually having filters separate from product list would be beneficial, because then those would be like two separate plugins. We can still fix this. So let's do const render filter context, and let's say the same arcs, callbacks, and stuff. And what we'll do is we'll take this guy here and we'll return. Oh, we'll still need to check if it has a product list in it. So if it has a product list in it, what we should do? What we should do if we has it? If it has, then we return. Otherwise, we return this filtering stuff. And we should also return the original content, I think. And I need this section still. So what I can do now is I can remove this guy here. And what I might also need to do is I might change this logic here. And now I need to provide an implementation here, which is this end position, which is, let's say, 1000. And I think it's bad name because we'll do render product context and render filter context separately. So let's render filter context what? On 9000. Let's see if this is even like valid thing to do. Potentially we might switch the order. Let's see if it still works. Most probably not, and most probably this is related to an order of our context. Yep, and this now works. So now what we can do is actually prevent this product list provider from rendering if we are in the context of category. How would I check this? Let's check if we can know, are we inside of the context or are we outside of the context? We can easily do it, actually. We can easily do it, actually. So let's do functional component a React context. So React context with functional components. And what we might need to do now is to create a product category, actually, or a category product module. I think a category product makes more sense, but it's actually CMS category product. So it's a product which is, okay, let's just do category products. So let's copy this guy here and let's rename this to be category product, like this. And let's take this guy here and let's take this guy and rename here. And we're now up onto something like this. And we need category. We don't need any components as far as I know. We might not even need this plugin example. What we will need is actually this CMS plugin. So we might do category product separately. Let's do it like this. Yes. So let's do it separate. So let's do a new folder called API. Let's do a new folder called context. And in API, what we will need to do is we'll need to provide a copy of this request, actually. So this one. And this one will be a different request. This will be, yep, like this. And let's import default limit from somewhere. And now we'll need to post into a different place. We'll need to post here. Here. No. Product listing. Yeah, this one. Product listing slash and stuff. Interesting. Maybe that's navigation ID parameter. 1 second, let me check. So there is a navigation ID parameter which is actually returned. So for example, like here we have current filters has navigation ID. And if I go ahead and request a product listing for such ID, will it work for me? This is landing page. I want to see product listing page. Don't save this. Oh wait, that's exactly it. So like I have the navigation ID here. So I don't really need to like check. Yeah, I don't really need to check everything like. Okay, so let's name this get category products, and let's make the first argument to be actually a category ID. And I'll keep in mind that there is an option to get a category ID other way around, like not from the context. But I kind of want to get it from the context. This is not a product request. This is actually category product request. And the URL is, as I said, different. It's like so. And is it post or get? This is post. So this should be different. Like this. So, store API, don't forget. So we're building to store API, and then it comes to basically a category ID. Awesome. And nothing else changes. Beautiful. And now to the context. So what we might do here is actually we might extend this context. So let's paste it here and let's say category product list provider. Yes, I would like to update. And I would like to actually have here a pretty empty class with nothing but this function here. Oops. Yep, like so. Like so. And I don't need this get. I don't need this context with provider. Do I need? No, I don't need this with provider. And I don't even need this product. I need get category products. And this is from category products API. And this actually comes from at scandy pwa slash product slash src slash context slash product list context. And now we need to actually copy this, copy the whole line let's say product list provider, and let's rename this to provider, and we now need to extend this provider, and we'll need to change this endpoint to be like so, and we'll need to bind, we'll need to do let's say that these are, so this is request product list, and let's rename it to like do okay, let's do request product list, and let's do this one to be small request product list. And what will actually happen here is you'll take in options, and you'll actually return the await of what you kind of expected. So return get products, perfect. So just return that. Then what all we need to do here is just to await this result, and we kind of don't need anything else here. So now we can take this, we can put it here, we can change this to be that. We don't need this with provider. What instead we need this category, product list provider. Product list context is not needed because it's actually embedded originally. And we finally might want to have this with contexts thingy, and with contexts should give us a way to actually process or pass in the category context. Said I need to import it as well from @scandy pwa category src context category context. Beautiful. And now I can say with context category context, and it will basically set me a category context here. So what I'll be able to do is to do category context, and then I would be able to take a category ID from there. Category, then ID, like this, props. And I think get category, the first one is category ID. Okay, this looks legit. Now the best question is how do I integrate it to replace this implementation? So I have this render product context. I might just do a plugin before it to make sure that, like, if I have a category, thank you NSF, thank you, good job. That's a very pleasant thing to hear. So render product context. What we are doing here is I think I should do CMS category product, and in that I should do a plugin to the same thing here, to the CMS section sidebar component, and basically both of them, and maybe on some different position, on position like 500, so on like position below the product context. Then that's questionable. Well, how do I better approach it? How do I better approach it? Sorry, I had here original function which did both things. It checked for both, and it's kind of worked for both. So let me, I think, keep the original variant here. So this is the original variant here, and sorry, like this, I think. And I had this get products from slot, and I got the products basically. And then I passed in the products, and then I made it work for 2. Yeah, and this is what I don't need. Maybe the better solution to this would be to somehow create a component that would kind of decide what do we need to do, like a joint filter provider, and then it would have some types. Then we might switch those types. Because it's so complicated. So complicated. What's the default position of a plugin? 10,000 or 1,000? I think 1,000.
100.
100? Okay. Product list provider. I'm just sitting here thinking, what should we do? Because I do have this product list, which is kind of requested, which has this context, and I do have a way to replace it with something else. But what would actually be the perfect way to do it? Maybe the perfect way to do it would be to keep this implementation for now. And what to do instead is actually unrelated to a category. So we won't have to create any plugins to category here. But instead, what we can do is let's try actually intercepting on a different stage. Yegors, can I ask you a question? Is it possible to create a plugin that would wrap my exported, that would wrap the class with some other thing?
No, for now it's not.
It's not possible.
Not implemented. It was possible at some point, but this API was working unstably, and I
Okay, so it's impossible to wrap a class with a plugin, so I cannot do with provider or with context around the class.
Yeah, we've discussed it recently, actually.
Yeah, okay. I'm just thinking about the options which I currently have, because I have this situation where I kind of, I have injected a thingies, like a product list, specific one, a product list provider, but I would like to inject a different one if there is a category in a context. So I want a product list if there is no category up in the context. If there is a category up in the context, I would like to say render a different thing, like render a category product list provider, which would then use a different endpoint.
So you need some kind of a way to provide context dynamically.
Yes.
Either one or another. Well, it's easy to do in renders. So you might plug into some render in order to do that. But
I already do it in render, but yeah. Yeah. You know what it is? It's the first time I'm kind of stuck and thinking, This all comes to this guy here, to this product result. Maybe I'm just looking at it in the wrong perspective. So let me again see what does my category page give me actually. So if I call the category page, it gives me quite a lot of information, but I'm specifically interested in this CMS page. And it all goes to somewhere before we hit, I think somewhere around here there was like a product. Maybe wrong. Maybe we can check if slot has a product, if slot has a navigation in it or related to a category, and then do a different thing. Render filter and product context. And category product context could be other filter. That would do like the same thing. It would also find what we actually need, but it would also check it. Let's do a utility here. And this utility would do us a single thing. It would actually, how we call it, let's call it get products result from sections. I don't know, let's call it CMS products jazz. What we want here is we want this function here, and we want this with all of these ESLint rules applied, like so. Now we can call this out from outside, like from here. And we can call them from outside. Beautiful. And I need to cut this from here and put it here. And even copy this here and put it here. So now, now I'm pretty much able to define stuff. 1 second. Sorry, I got a call. So we can now reuse this to find what we need in our category, and we can do it beforehand. And if we can we stop applying other plugins? Yegors, is it possible to like prevent other plugins application? Like I want to stay like
to disable a plugin from a plugin?
No, I want I basically want to add a condition to my plugin.
What's this condition dependent on the context, right?
Yes.
So let me see. Let's take a look. You are.
Yeah, basically my need is as follows. So I have this product list provider, and I'm always rendering it around the CMS content sections. This means that if we consider the page and it has some divs inside of it, whatever, in CMS way, then we will have different sections, which will have blocks, which will have slots, and the top level is sections, and one section could contain, for example, a filters and a list of products, and it's all fine and it's all good, but I want a single exception. I want an exception that if there is a category in a context, like if this is not a simple CMS page, but if this is a CMS page of related to a category, then what I would like to do is actually I would like to change this function of this product list, request product list, to use a category ID and to pass this category get category products instead of actually calling this where it is instead of just calling get products. And I would like to basically, I could have made this here, like put here, but then the issue is basically this product list provider, it doesn't know about a category context existence. So I have to check it in some other place.
So you have this provider, which overrides this, which is this method of this, and you want it here if you have a category on the page, if you have a category somewhere above this, right? Okay, so what do we have here? We have a callback, we have some arguments.
I can also do like a module that would have a map inside of it.
The thing that came to my mind is that you can create some kind of an intermediate component and render that here, so that this component, this intermediate one, will connect to the context that you want to read, and it will determine whether this context exists or not, and then it will either render this and children within it, or the other one, this one, and the children within that.
But this is all beautiful and good, but the question is like the problem here is my personal opinion that basically why would I can create this intermediate component.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, no problem. But I'm in the context of CMS product module.
Yeah.
It knows nothing about ability to be in the context of category,
Yeah.
or further on to be like in the context of whatever else.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we want this to be completely plugin based solution.
I'm not sure if I want this to be. I cannot imagine what you just described as well in the context of entities here, because I don't have an entity here which kind of is a category product, except I have one, here. This is category product, I'm currently building it. But then I should remove this plugin at all and basically consider using my category stuff here.
So you don't want this to be related to this, right? You don't want this to make the category product to be a dependency of this.
Yes, I don't want.
All right. So how then can you determine? Okay. Let's see. We are unable to modify these guys via plugins. It's not supported at all.
We
The
can do it.
The namespaces shouldn't work here.
Maybe. If you didn't do it with Babel, they won't work, but theoretically it's possible. We can move this plugin away from .plugin file, then it will work.
I mean, we have experimented with that, and that worked unstably, because these guys are called.
I think there could be a circular dependency. There could be, yes.
There was some kind of a reason, and currently, as far as I'm concerned, they aren't supported. Some problems were reported with that, and it's not recommended. You can try putting here a namespace and somehow modifying that. That would be one way, but I would not go that way. So, what else can we do here? Basically, we need to replace this with something without importing anything from here. And how can we know? So basically, we want to replace this with this.
What with what again?
From here, we can create some kind of a plugin that will interact with this functionality, theoretically, right?
Mhm.
Let's not talk about the specific functions. Because this guy can know about himself, and it can plug into this. So we can say that let's intercept this, and instead of this, provide something else. And that's, as far as I'm concerned, what was your initial thought, because you have asked me about how can we replace some class with another class, right? So we could have just replaced this, which would not be a very good thing to do, but it's possible and it would solve the issue.
I
Then
think there could be easy solution, but it requires me to understand a little thingy. So we have here an args and callback and instance. Yes. So I'm calling the original method to get the original content. In this case, when I call it, I pretty much get simply 1 second. I simply get where was my CMS module here? I simply get this rendered. So this is basically what I get rendered if I call this guy here, get the original context, yeah? So it's all nice and good, but then I also add this plugin on top. Like I add this on top. The question is, can I somehow add this on top and then prevent this plugin from firing? Next plugin, can I do like prevent default? Like, I think I don't have an option to like, or stop propagation like I can do with events.
well, it is possible, but it will prevent not it. We kinda have a matryoshka,
Yes,
a Russian
yes.
doll, which we go from the outside to the inside, where the inside, the smallest doll is the original method. So if you prevent calling the next plugin somewhere, you won't call the original method.
No, I can intercept before this plugin, but then, yeah, yeah, no, but it won't be possible. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I see. Uh, okay, okay. Uh, this is kind of frustrating a bit. Because I have like product lists working. If I like remove all filters, they will do the stuff. They will render the stuff. I even have like material UI. Oh, sorry, this is some thing. Yeah, so you can see that they work. They kind of select stuff. It applies to URL. It even makes a request when you reload based on this URL. But the problem is it's currently using the wrong endpoint to do it. So I'm so close, but so far away. I'm so close, but so far away. Um, yeah. Yeah. I have just this one thing to tackle. And perfectly, honestly speaking, I would have loved to do it just as a simple plugin to a product list, like to this product list provider. I don't want to change this logic of wrapping around. I think it's perfectly fine. Oops, not here. Here. My dream is currently to just wrap this around, and if I don't need to, like, I can do a hardcore path and just include a category here, like in context.
You can, you know what? So you have two providers. This one and which other one? Which other one? We just
Actually,
looked at that. Filtering provider? Which one? No.
I
The
think
small one. So this is the big one, and from it inherits the small one. Which one is the small
yes, it's category. It's category where it was. Sorry, I have a lot of modules, but this is the one.
Yeah, so basically, the only difference between this provider and this provider is in this method.
Yes.
And how it acts. Can you intercept this method, determine whether the thing is in context or no, and then you change.
Without this, I cannot. Or maybe I can get.
Yeah, you cannot connect context in addition.
This is why I have questions. So React check is in context. Maybe chat knows how to check if the element is in context, but without actually using the context. Hmm. Hmm. there actually like is a way to do it. Basically, I could. Basically, I need to pass it somehow here as a prop into this product list provider. This means I should modify a parent of it. In this case, I should make like a filtering provider. No, I cannot do it. Fuck. I cannot do it. Guys from chat, ideas?
I have an answer, or something comes to mind, I will let you know.
Okay, maybe this idea with this kind of architecture just isn't working, like injecting into the CMS sections. Probably, maybe. um, if I would be able to like set a prop here. Filtering provider, product list provider. I hate this part. I don't know what to do. We have filtering, we have product list. Okay. What we'll do is actually a funny thing. So what we will do is we will actually do filtering. We'll do this. Where's my filtering provider? Filtering provider is here. So what we can do here is we always have a render in all contexts, which just render us this provider and wrap them with some context value. And I think what we could do is we could create a new component here, and this component would be able to like render any product list, or at least render this two providers together, because otherwise you have to always manually render them together. This kind of solves some issues, maybe. So let's copy someone. Let's copy this guy, filter list. And let's rename this filter list to be product. Basically product providers. Product list providers, or product list provider. Is it a good name? I so fucking hate it. Guys, I need some ideas from you. Use callback, this is all hooks. What if I just go to like product list context? And what if I'll just do console log? Just curious, console log of category context. I'm just curious what will happen. And let's take this category context from somewhere. So where is my category product? Here. Let's take this category context and let's see what it will tell us, like what's inside of it. So if we reload, we should see that it actually has no value. Yeah, it actually currently has no value. Can I get like context consumer? Maybe somehow simply wait. What happened here? Yep. I think I might be onto something here if we get a consumer. Hmm. Hmm. I'm sorry for quite a moment of silence. I really need to focus to understand how can I resolve this problem, because this is not what I like. Create context. What is this folder named context? Oh, I can do some use React outside of React component scope. What? What do they intend to do? Okay, they want to retrieve one way to store a local session. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, there is an option of functional component, but how may I even do it? Okay. 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 What if we like try adding here a type? Will it do anything? No, it kind of won't. Hmm. Okay, I wasted too much time, and not to waste any more, let's do this with context here. And let's just simply hack a category context inside and not use it here. And I will need to actually speak with Yegors later on how could we approach situations like this in the future. And if we check the docs of Mosaic, just to make sure we are not supporting it, and there some time ago was like a class. Yeah, so you removed like a class wrapper, yeah? That's what you did. Painful.
There is even an issue on GitHub to implement something similar to it, or return it back or rework it.
Okay. So you see why it might be necessary, because I got stuck for quite some time. I like lost 10 minutes of a stream and 1 viewer due to this. But now we have only 3 viewers. That's still a good result. Yeah, in compare with yesterday, it's quite a few. So what we can do now is, instead of doing this category provider, what we'll do is we'll just take this code. Okay, we'll just not extend it. We'll do plugin, and here we'll do product list dot product list provider dot plugin dot js. Here let's export default. We are exporting default product list provider. This it is. Boom, we get it here like this. Now here we need to say what member function, I think. Member function, and what's the name of it? It's request products. So let's do request category products if possible. Okay, so we'll request category products if possible. How to do it? Well, let's do const request category product when possible, args, callback, then we do instance, and the code we need to run here is as follows. So basically, if we have a category ID, so if we don't have an ID, so what we'll do is we'll just return callback args, and if there is anything like this, if there is like a category ID, then what we should do is to request products from a category. And like why it was so hard to implement this, basically because I had no way to add this category context to basically this guy, to product provider. And that wouldn't be such a problem if it would had a container, like, but because we don't have a containers, well, it's a little bit complicated. So and let me add a big warning here related to this product list provider, that basically to do remove category context from here. It should come from a different module. Actually, we could have fixed that by plugging to this with provider thingy, and checking that if with provider first argument is actually a product list provider, then also add with context to it. That could actually work. Let's try it while we're here. So let's go to our category product, and here in the same place, let's just do this with provider. Where is my context here? Yeah, with context, I think. No, with provider it is. So where's my provider? Framework util with provider. And what I'll do here is I'll check. This is simple function. So add context, add category context. If product list provider. Okay, so const this guy here, so it gets args, callback, and we don't care about the instance. So basically how it works is we take these two guys. So this is our guys. Wait. With provider component, context provider. Yes, correct. And we need this with context function here. And we might take it like from here. Okay, I think it might auto import. This is our args. And what we need to do is we need to do const original hoc original provider is actually equal to callback args, and would need to check that if, what would we like to check more, if the context provider, and the second one is the component, product list context provider. What is this? It's an instance. Category context. Let's import the product list provider and check the instance of if context provider, if so if there is a provider component instance of product list provider, instance of, in which direction does it work? Instance of direction, instance of JS. Structure. Okay. So product list provider, let's import it. Perfect. So if it is instance of product list provider, what we should return is actually with contexts. This very strange component is provider component. Context is actually category context, like this. And I think we should even do like this. Original provider is our first argument. And also we can return original provider if something else is needed. And let's rename it to, this is our original provider. This is actually original provider with category context. Okay, that's funny. So, return original. I even don't care. I will return it like this. Let's see. Then we can also remove, in ideal circumstances, we should be also able to remove this guy here. And actually, this works a little bit not as expected, because basically this is with providers, and next one is context provider, and in ideal circumstances this should be provider component category context, and here should be call back this guy and this guy. Okay, and otherwise it should be just provider component and this guy. This guy. And this should still work. I'm very hopeful this will work. Yes, it does. Okay. Okay. So where did the requests came to? Store API product is here. Oh, yeah. I need to enable this module first. So let's go ahead and enable this module. Category product. So we need to go into our blank theme. So where's our blank theme? It's here. So this is our package, and we'll need to do like this, like that, copy and paste. And this is actually version 00. Nice. Now I can cancel this out, and we can install dependencies again, just to make sure the application is linked. And once linked, we can do yarn dev again and start the application. Nice. So we have started the application, and once we reload, I'm hoping to see filters appear, and this would be quite nice. Quite nice. Something goes on. Cannot read property category of undefined. Instance.props. Category context. Yeah. Maybe that didn't work as I planned. Let's just, for now, let's just say console.log instance instance.props and say const id equals 0. So it will always be false. So let's see what's inside of it. Products result, children, provider. What is this provider? Product list context. Wait, maybe that's this with provider. This is never true, is that? So let's console.log like this. I think this won't be true, but could be. Oh, that's not an instance of. Igor, do you remember the way how to check if the class, which is not an object yet, is the same class? Like how to check if the classes, if two classes, like a reference.
Equality operation.
You think it will work?
Yeah, sure. The same reference, same class.
Okay, should be, I think. Hopefully now we'll get our category. Not really. I don't see it. Let's just console log these two guys together. Console log products provider component, product list provider, just to make sure. Wait, what's up? I console logged 2 elements. Is it like never called?
This is the first media code, right? Okay.
Products list provider. This is actually provider component.
I am the fifth most active contributor, open source contributor lately.
Who is the first one?
You're the fourth one, by the way. You're ahead of me like 40 minutes. It's so steak.
This is some cache.
Contributors in Latvia. Actually,
Oh, wait,
everywhere,
no.
but you're registered in Tokyo, and it's quite a competition. So
Oh no, this is not even called once.
But we are. So switch to Latvia, and he will probably show up here somewhere in the top also.
What is this? Lol.
It won't show up immediately. You'll need to wait for like a week or so.
A week?
It updates. Well, it last was updated 4 days ago. So maybe it goes each week, maybe something else. You have one K plus, and if all of them are open source, then it will be somewhere in top 20 probably.
Mm. I have a big question. Like,
Yeah.
why doesn't my plugin work?
Reload the application maybe.
No, in the single plugin file, one plugin is working, one plugin is not working, is not firing. Like, I know you shouldn't be like related to it. Yeah, no, here, see, this is the product list provider plugin, and it gives me a list of props here, instance props. And this one is a plugin to a high order component with a provider, this one, which is actually called like a lot of where.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm
What is it?
specifically curious. It just renders the provider automatically. No, so you don't need to render. The question is why it's not function. This looks legit to me.
Looks very legit. What's here?
Hmm?
It's arc scaleback. Yeah, looks okay. I don't know.
I don't know.
Something weird.
This is completely unexpected from my personal perspective.
Framework util context with provider.
That's like exact name.
And this guy is in the utils. And we call it from here.
And this function.
Do you have this in your global like plugin? No, window.
Yeah, let's see.
plugins?
Oh.
Framework, this one, right?
Yeah.
Do you have it there?
Yes. I do.
It
It's strange.
is strange. Do you have any other plugins for the same file?
Yes.
For the same file, not
Ah,
in the same file,
no.
but for this.
I don't think so.
If this is not enabled as a plugin, then it will not be transpiled by Babel, and hence the namespaces won't work.
Okay, let's try. Maybe it's indeed not enabled. Where is my blank theme?
Take a name from here and search for it somewhere.
Framework is here. Framework
Yeah,
is enabled.
It is enabled.
No, I don't think nobody has disabled it. Sorry, fall. Wow, wait. Alexander, what is this? You have disabled the framework for whatever reason?
I have?
Yes. Like here. And now my plugins don't work. And I had to call Yegors and say, Yegors, my plugins don't work. And viewers had to look at me like I'm stupid. Alexander.
Well, let's see whether it helped.
I'm hoping so. No, but still, Alexander has disabled the plugin, so he's one to blame.
What's up with that?
But wait, I think maybe I have to install them again. No, I don't have to install
No,
them
you
again.
shouldn't have to.
I don't have, I think, any modules like disabled. like this at all.
Enable regex.
Yeah. I think I have not enabled. This true should be like many and no should be disabled.
What is up?
Yes, a good question.
Maybe, clear the build directory. It sometimes helps.
Mm,
Because you didn't change anything, so this...
my build directory is not modules.
Yeah, it is. doing
Mm,
I remember where it is.
okay. Okay, let's go. Tile, work, mosaic, next, scripts.
SRC.
Build. Okay. The last hour is no, last 30 minutes are like have too much issues with my with plugin system for some reason. Not sure why. Still.
Still no.
Yep.
That's weird.
Yep.
I still have that thing in the plugins. With provider. By the way, how did it get here then if it was disabled there in the UI?
What get it there?
This.
I think
Probably
somebody else, yeah, overrode it.
Why the hell doesn't it work? Well, how we can check that it's getting transpiled? Well, it should get transpiled. We can...
I don't pretty much have time to like debug it later. I just made it so it was the way to like make this thing completely modular and not fuck around. But I can disable it and simply add this back into my product. Just add a category context back to my product provider. This just made...
The alternative I can offer is debugging mosaics.
Yeah, but I don't think like we have time and will for it like right now. At least myself. I can commit it. Yes. Okay. At what time would you like to like tell something to the guys? I may want to make some pause here.
I might. I have the cart module finished now, so I
Cool.
have the cart page. I have all of the interactions for the cart. You can imagine basically without the order for now. So I'm gonna... If you wanna take a break, I might tell about the cart. And then
Yeah,
I'll
I
keep
think
it
I
going.
might take a break. I need to do some calls. I need to do some calls basically. Yeah.
Alright, so then I can switch. I can enable my OBS.
Maybe you could show on this computer.
I don't wanna.
Okay.
I enjoy working on my machine. It's hard for me to adapt to the keyboards, etc.
Okay. Well, we have quite a lot of stuff here going on. Interesting how it will look like if I run it. This contains some Alexander changes as well. Just very curious, man. For now, it just doesn't do anything useful. Okay, I'll push my changes. Yegors, you wanted to switch?
Yeah, let's do it. So I need the key.
You have it already.
Oh, it's the same one? Then
Yes.
I can just... I'm ready? Then
Maybe you need a mic?
I'll need everything. I'll move there when you're off.
Yes. We'll have to like pause the stream for some time if you were going to switch.
Well, for a few minutes, yes.
Okay. In this case, let's do a break here. It's maybe...
Языка. Да, но у меня несколько планов есть, у меня здесь экран.
Вау. Давай проверим, что появилось.
Alright, so I am able to see myself on the stream, and hence we are starting. Let's see what I have accomplished in the last few days, and we'll proceed development from that point. Basically, let's start with reviewing everything we have. I've been working on the cart module that's located here, and I've actually already opened a pull request that you might see on our GitHub page, github.com/scandipwa shopware pwa, and there we can see in the pull request that's called cart, and of course you might see all of my work of the last day there. Let's see what has been done. So the main, let's close everything first. It's one module which contains some plugins, and these plugins for now do several things. So the first one adds the add to cart button to the product. It's kind of a test plugin. It won't make it to the production just because it's kinda useless. I see that I am a bit lagging, and I am worried that it's even heavier for you to watch than for me. I do not want it to distract our stream. Seems like something went wrong with my setup, and now I am absolutely unable to maintain proper video quality. Let's see whether switching off some processes helps us. I hope so. What can I switch off? Basically nothing. What can I do? I can switch to the wired. And now I hope to be back. Let's see what's up with my internet connection. So far everything seems very good. And I'll just wait a bit to make sure that the stream is proceeding on my other machine that the stream is kind of working on. It will take about 10 seconds more if everything did work after my modifications. Let's see. Kinda looks like it didn't help, although I see that I have absolutely no dropped frames on my machine in my stream. Maybe the stream hung up on this machine. Let's see. Alright. The stream indeed hung up on the other machine, and now I am able to see myself and hear myself. Let's proceed with everything. Alright, let's see what I have implemented in the last few days. Somehow my display is now rejecting me. It's very sad. This seems fine. So let's configure this. We don't need this guy here. But we do need this guy here. And I should do this. And now I should, of course, do this. Yes, seems legit to me. Let's proceed with our development. So what I've been talking about, welcome back to everyone who has came back to me. What I've been talking about is my cart module, of course. It provides the following functionality: create cart, update cart, add to cart, remove from cart, etc, etc, etc. Everything that's related to cart. Of course, let's take a look at the architecture of the solution. The entry points, as always, are seen in the plugin directory. Here, we see that we have an add to cart plugin, which adds the button to some content. I know that that's the content of the product component, which this is kind of the test debugging plugin. It won't be necessary in the production, so I do not commit it, just because we won't ever use it. It won't be the case that we have an add to cart button directly in the product component. Then I have a cart page. A cart page, well, it represents all of the contents of the cart that's currently located there. So it's kind of a main that renders the cart items and it renders the summary. Of course, it also contains a heading which says that it's a shopping cart. And it has a container which passes some kind of a piece of a state to the component itself. This is kind of a hack. As you see, we have an is-mounted state property here, which is set directly in the component did-mount here. The trick here is that when the page is getting rendered on frontend, the markup of the page should coincide with the one that came from the backend. Hence, some properties, some contents of the page are unable to get rendered on the backend, and we will prevent them from rendering anything in the first render cycle on frontend as well, just to be consistent and for React to be able to hydrate the page properly after the first render, before the first render happens. Yes, of course, we get the cart from the cart context here, and I see that we have the product context and auth context here, which are actually not at all necessary here. Let's remove them. So this is the cart page, and when we go to the checkout/cart route, which is, by the way, consistent with this one, this is exactly the page that we are looking at. As you see, it contains line items. This is one of these items here. Let's target it. Yeah, a cart item. And you see that we have the totals and summary block below everything. Basically, that's all of the things that are located on the cart page. Of course, we can modify the amount of the product that we currently have in cart, and it works kind of fast, but it actually performs a fetch to the server in order to modify the cart entity on the backend. So it is always consistent with the cart that we have on the backend. And you see that all of the totals on the taxes, grand total, get recalculated after we modify the amount of the items inside of our cart. If we press the remove from cart button, we will remove this, delete this, if you will, line item from the cart completely. What do we miss here? Let's maybe add a header for the summary. So basically, in the cart items, I want to have this, for example, shopping cart. Yes. And in our summary, I want to have a header that's summary, but maybe in the second font. Summary. Let's see how it looks. Yes, shopping cart summary, very good. And what else can I show you? Some interesting things. Of course, the cart context itself is the main piece of functionality that this module provides to the application. Let's take a look at that. As you see, the lifecycle of the cart context starts with the __ construct method. I remind you that this method should be used in every Mosaic application for all of the classes that have namespaces. in order for the constructors to be overridable. This is the method that gets called right after the constructor. So, and Mosaic ensures it itself. This is the thing that we use instead of the constructors. As you see, when this card provider gets instantiated, we check whether it has a card within it already. And if it does not, we try to get the card from our browser database, because that's one of the places that card is stored in our application, in order to make the card consistent across all of the tabs of our application. Next, we have, of course, the get context value function that provides all of the methods of this provider, all of the public methods of this provider, I would say, and the card itself to the application and to all of the consumers of this context. We have the create card function. We have the update item quantity. Let's go consecutively. We have the create card in order to create the card for some specific customer. We do not create the card immediately when user goes to our page, because this will pollute the database very much. And we create the card only when the add to cart button gets pressed. That's the principle that we use in ScanDPWA for Magento 2, and that's the principle that we will use here in order to save some database storage for you guys. Then we have this beautiful update item quantity method that allows us to update the quantity of a line item inside of our cart. And this is exactly the method that gets called when we, for example, not this, if I press this, let's actually see everything, right? If I press this add to cart without having any context token, hence I'm logged out, I'm guest, I press add to cart here. Look, we got registered, so a guest user has been initialized for me. Now I have a context token stored in my local storage. As you see, here it is. And of course, after that, the card gets created. The card token gets stored as well. And after that, only after that, the line item gets created inside of the card. I know that this does not quite look like a product page, but the product is currently in the context, although not displayed on the page with the markup, so I am interacting with that entity stored in our context. Here, you can see that the line item has been added. And if I update this page, I see that indeed I have this beautiful bowl in my cart. When I press plus or minus, this update item quantity gets called. If I try to update item quantity to 0, the item gets removed from the cart completely, because we don't want to show any zero-ish, any cart items with 0 quantity, right? Of course, I use API calls to perform all of these things. Then, this add to cart is quite interesting in a sense that when it accepts a product, it always accepts a product. And if we already have a product, such a product in our cart, it does not create a new line item, it updates the existing line item by assigning a new quantity to it equal to the previous one, incremented by 1. So we don't have these similar line items stacked one on top of another. We use this logic in order to prevent such a behavior. Of course, all of this is just conversion of the product to a cart item and updating the cart afterwards. As you see, all of these methods which interact with the cart and somehow change it, they always call this dot_update cart value member function in order to store the new cart value in our context. This is called because this function not only says the state of this context, but also saves the cart to our browser database, so it's persisted between the tabs of your browser. So we need to use it everywhere here in order to be consistent. And the last guy, of course, is a remove from cart method that can accept one or multiple line items and can remove them from the cart. This does not decrement, you'd say, right? The amount of line items in your cart, it deletes the line item completely. So that's what happens if I, for example, increment here a lot and then I press remove from cart. This is what gets called. Which other tricks do we have here? You remember yesterday I got stuck with some severe issue regarding the next page context. The issue was that I needed the next page props above auth provider. And on the product page, I did not have this. I had an auth provider rendered right inside of the app component, but I've had the next page props rendered lower somewhere here. And this did not work for me at all. How did I solve it? In the framework, I have created a plugin that's called app-page.plugin.js. Oh no, it has been already there. And as you see, this is the guy that renders the app component in which we inject all of our additional, you'd say, contexts. As you see, I have injected my next page provider right above the app component so that the app is the child of it. So all of the contexts that are currently injected in the application are injected below the next page provider, because next page provider always has its value. Very, very good. Do I have anything else to tell you about this functionality? We have the context, we have some prop type declarations, we have the utility to convert a product to the request of the cart item addition, and we have the request itself. We have add to cart, but it's very simple. We have remove from cart, it's basically the same but with another handler. And that's kind of it. Let's see, maybe something interesting happening in the card component. Of course it is. We render basically everything that is rendered on the default Shopware store. Here the thumbnail, the name, the quantity, unit price, subtotal, the summary, everything of that is rendered on our page, but is not styled. As you remember, we decided not to style anything for now in order to focus on the logic itself and on the coding best practices in JavaScript and not entertain ourselves and you with styling the styles. All right, let's maybe continue the development. And we will not continue, we'll basically start a new module that will be responsible for the orders. Let's see here. What have I added? Better headings. Okay, better headings. And here we have remove extra contexts. Very good. This one we so far will leave here just in order for it to be somewhere. Good. Let's initialize a new module that is going to be called order. And of course, in order for it to work in our application, we need to go to it and initialize it in it. It's gonna be called scandy pwa order. It's gonna be 100, no description, endpoint is irrelevant, repository URL is irrelevant. Let's skip everything. It won't be published. Maybe it will be. Okay. We have initialized it. Then we need to switch it on in our, of course, package JSON in the theme. So let's take this and put it here. Of course, we need to add that to the dependency list as well. 000 is the one. Okay, then let's make a 000. 000. And what now? Now I am willing to save it. Of course, let's actually change to another branch. Get checkout order. I will branch out from the cart module in order to have all the functionality that I have created for the cart to be available in my order module, because it will be stacked one on top of another. Let's say that we here and here. Is it 0, 0, 0? It is. Very good. Let's initialize order module. And what can we do next? What can we do next? Next, we of course start to implement it. First of all, let's read a bit about it. So here I have my cart. I'm currently guest here. And here I have my product. I'll close it for now, and I'll close this for now. No, maybe let's keep it open. Update cards, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Maybe we have some guides here. Handle the payment, maybe. Maybe work with the card. Deleting, updating. Payment methods. Shipping methods. What's that? This is already the order. So what's this? Creating an order from the cart. Basically, that's exactly what we need. What is up?
Hello again.
Hello again. All right. Let's see. What do we need in order to create an order? You will need items in the cart, and you need to be logged in order to create an order. As we remember, we are logged in as a guest customer. This also applies to anonymous orders when the customer has to register it as a guest customer before the order is created. We currently, of course, are, and we have the context token that we can pass to this. All right. So I need to perform this post. Let's create a request directory in here. src API order request.js. And let's see, what do we need to create an order? Do we need to create it? Do we need to get it? It's kind of a get order, probably. Let's call it get order. And I'll rename it later on if I need that. I need the client, but I need it not like this, but like this. Client dot post, right? Post. And this is the API endpoint. And this is my body. Yep. Okay. Now let's create an order context. So we need a context. We need some kind of a context that is very similar to all of the contexts in the history of contexts. So let's just take the cart context and remake it as we are willing to do. So it won't be called the cart context anymore. It will be order context. And it will be Shopware order. Very good. And in the provider, we need to remove everything that we don't need. Basically, render, remove from cart. Well, render we can keep for now. Remove, add, update, find, create. All of this we don't need. We need this, but it won't look like this. I will cancel log got here in order for it not to get deleted. I don't need the construct here. I don't, okay, this I do need, and this I do not need for now. let's see how the boys initialize the contexts. So we need to see class something provider extends context provider, and we implement the get context value. All right, context blah 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 extends context provider. Hence we don't need this, and hence we don't need this. Very good. Actually, I might refactor the other context providers I have created in very similar manner. So first of all, let's implement the order creation. It's gonna be an asynchronous function. It's gonna be called create order. And it's gonna create our order. So basically, the demand is that we need items in the cart and we need to be logged in. So this should access our cart and our auth. This should access our cart and our auth. Okay, maybe let's first of all render the somewhere so that we have the actual situation here. With provider, category context, get that provider. With provider. Okay. In order to render this somewhere, we need to create a plugin directory in which we need to create the cart context plugin JS file, which is gonna inject the context very similarly to how the cart context does it. Let's see. Cart context plugin will just take all of this and put it here. Order provider key here, here, and here. Then /context/cart? No. Order. Order here. Hence order here. Yes, I want to update everything. And of course, order here. And my computer started lagging very much. Order provider here. Got context. We need the order provider here. Order. And here we need to export it as order provider and order context from the order.context and here order.provider. And here we render this. Let's see whether it renders correctly. Oh no, I have forgotten to reload the application, of course. So we have this context, we have this. Good, good. We have the provider and the thing that's gonna render the provider. Let's restart our application and see whether we have any changes in it. What's up? I have forgotten to install everything. What next? Starting the application. I needed to install the dependencies again in order for this module to get linked into my node modules directory so that the plugin system can find it. Let's see. Compiled, very good. And what here? Card page. Blah blah blah. What I'm looking for? Order provider. Order is here, and we have the card above it, and we have the auth above both of them. This is the excellent situation for us. Let's see. In the order provider, we want to use the card provider, of course, and the auth provider as well, probably, right? What do we need? We need to check whether we have the items, and we check whether we are logged in. We cannot have the items if we're not logged in, but let's have both of the checks just to be sure. So this module is gonna be dependent on dependencies. It's gonna be dependent on scandpwa card 000, and it's gonna be dependent on scandpwa shopware auth also 000. Is it right? Auth is 100, and the card is 001 actually. So this is how it works. We need to figure out some consistent methodology for the initial versions of our packages. Yes, now we might import both contexts. So first of all, I'm gonna import from the scandpwa/card src context card context from here with contexts this guy, and we're gonna switch this context on. What's up? This one is order context, and this one order context provider. Yes, card context from the card, and the second one is the shopware auth src context auth context. Very good. Auth context is gonna go here as well. And now we are going to implement the create order function. Here we need, first of all, this guy is the guy that's gonna provide the functions for everywhere this context is switched on. So let's populate this with our methods. Create order from nothing, because everything we get here. We get, of course, the stuff from the props. First of all, we need to validate that we are logged in. In order to do that, I will destructure the token from the auth context. Then we're going to validate that we have proper items in our cart. And in order to do that, I will check the line items of my cart context. Let's see, shopware cart, consumer, shopware. Here, cart, dot line items dot length. So cart line items. So first of all, if we have no line items, we cannot create an order. If we are not logged in, we cannot create an order as well. We do not have a consistent notification system as for now. Because of that, I'm just gonna early return here and there and dump something to the console. Cannot create order for a user that is not logged in. And here for a cart without items. So here, let's ensure that this won't break. Okay. What does it want from me? Why? Unnecessary return statement. Screw you, I'm not finished here. So, creating an order will happen by calling an API on the endpoint that we have reviewed a bit earlier. My computer is actually dying now. Why? Let's close the extra Chrome instance. Let's close this. Let's I can't even imagine what can I do else. And I still have 6 of my threads completely packed to the point of extinction. Interesting. All right, creating an order with a laggy PC, but okay. So I just need to post something here, and in the response I will have my created order. All right, so const order equals this one, but this one, of course, get order. Bang, bang. Oh, wait. Then we need to save this somewhere. Let's for now limit with the state. This set state order. Then, what do we have in the order itself? We have the number, we have all of the prices that we need, we have the line items from our cart. And that's it. Depending on your requirements, you might need additional data from the order. You can control what gets passed using the includes parameter in the request body. Some interesting fields. Order.deliveries. Maybe if I don't include the includes, I will get more. Let's see. Let's see. This will create an order. Anyway, let's leave it for now. This will create an order. We have a billing step, then a shipping step. So for the billing step, we need the payment methods. Let's fetch them. In order.request, we need to const get payment methods client dot what get, probably no, post on this endpoint. I fucking hate this. Do I actually need to does this work? No, so I actually need to inspect element here in order to copy this fucking API endpoint thing. Okay. Getting payment methods, and I am adding the query parameter only available. So only available, and here I'm gonna provide the by using the template literal syntax of ES6 payment method only available equals only available equals this. And by default, let's put it to false. And here we will double bang it to be boolean. I hope it will work with the boolean value. I do not want to make a ternary operator in here. So here we are creating an order. When we have created an order, maybe even before that, or no, we can list all payment methods of the sales channel, but we can restrict the result to only valid payment methods based on the card configuration. So first of all, we need the card. We don't even need the order for this, but we definitely need the card. Let's wait. Should I call the order creation like the last thing out of all the things? I'm kind of confused here. So if I'm creating an order, then I interact with it. Or should I pass everything to it? I cannot pass anything to it. So I should create it first of all. And then I'll need to pick up the payment method and the shipping method. Oh, I remember how challenging it is to find how to set these in the documentation. We'll get to it later. Let's for now just fetch them. Create order. Sync. Get payment methods. So what we need to... Oh, of course we need to do this in the try catch block. Return order, and then we catch the error, console log error, console error, the error, and we return null here. Then here we want to do very similar thing. Basically, I should make a helper that does this. Try to fetch the payment methods. Available payment methods equals get payment methods. This set state to the available payment methods and return them. Else, same thing as in here, exactly the same thing as in here. What is up? Expected no return value, are you crazy? No. No. Good. What next? Oh, maybe I should magnify this a bit in order for you to see things more clearly. It just freezes sometimes when I do it. So basically now we have a create order function that is going to create our order entity. Then we need to get the available payment methods, only available payment methods, and the shipping methods. Very similar functions. This is gonna be called shipping methods. Just available get shipping methods, available shipping methods here and here, and this guy will go here. Actually, create order is our get order, right? Get order to do check if it creates, if is a important. Get shipping methods from here. Basically the same thing as this. Only available. Can we do that? Shipping method can be used to list all payment methods of the sales channel. Okay. In the same fashion as the payment methods endpoint, which is described above. So I am assuming that it is able to fetch only the available ones. Shipping method. Very good. So now we have the available shipping methods and the available payment methods. Excellent. But we don't actually kind of have them right now. But we will sometime. When do we want to do all of this? Probably on the cart page, we want to add the checkout button that is going to put us onto the checkout step. For example, onto the first one. Let's make this in a good structured fashion. I think that for now I'm going to add the page. We'll put some kind of the order creation button onto it, and then we will wrap the stream up. So let's inject a button into our cart page. Component, cart page. Let's see. We have this cart page component. And we need to create a plugin. And this, of course, is not the cart context, it's the order context. Cart page. Export default object that contains this namespace and modifies the member property of this namespace, and this member property is called or hot. Ha 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 ha.
So funny.
It's called content.
For you, all plugins work.
Yes, for
me
now.
also,
Yes.
I don't know what was that funny thing that happened. So, how much viewers we have? We have 1 viewer. Maybe we should wrap the stream up?
I'm gonna add the last thing to the application, and then I'm going to wrap this up.
Awesome, okay.
So the content is, of course, without the arcs, is just the prop and the instance. Let's call this not the content, but for example, add checkout button. How do they do it in their initial? Yeah, proceed to the checkout. We see that. So prop instance. We want to return it, and we want to add something. It's actually content. Content dot. It's not push. It's add item. Add item. Let's set the ID of this item. Because checkout button equals checkout button. And we're gonna add this. And we're gonna set something here. Let's create this component. And I'll create an index.js file here. And basically, I'm going to make this a regular React component. Of course, I'm gonna import this from React. And here I'm just gonna render return button proceed to checkout. And this will export that. And I'm gonna import that here. Not here, but here. Or checkout button from component checkout button. And I'm gonna render this guy here. Alright, we don't need this. Seems legit. Let's restart our application and see whether we have this additional button on our cart page. And if we do, we have successfully added it, and we'll wrap it up for the today. Let's see our cart. Not so easy. No such folder directory, cart contacts plugin.js. It seems like an outdated information. I see that it's loading. Probably it will change. Oh, internal server error. That's not better. So what's up? Module not found. Blah, blah, blah. Let's remove this. Cannot find module, tile work, mosaic, Next.js scripts, SRC build, server pages, manifest, JSON.
Looks like you have to delete build. It's time to delete build.
Okay, let's check it. RMRF, node modules, tile work, mosaic. No, Next.js scripts, SRC build. And let's start the application once again.
Go to browser and compile the client before.
Yeah. Let's see what we have. My Mac, oh my god.
No.
Why? Why does it happen? Handle request, run, execute, render, blah, blah, blah. Exactly the same.
Maybe the first issue is like, no?
Default is not exported from checkout button component.
Oh, well.
That seems legit.
That's too easy. Wow, your Mac is like,
It's dying. I have no idea why.
wow, you have like 16 gigabytes of RAM, but still
I have 32.
32, wow.
I have 12 threads. 6 of them are fucking destroyed now.
Wow, what's happening?
I have no idea. Next.js, OBS, and that's it.
Maybe the OBS is killing you.
Maybe.
For some reason, Linux like.
Oh, that looks legit. What's up? Item is not a function, it's a sorted map. Where? In the
You
cart page component.
Inserted something that's not.
Content, add item.
No, looks. Maybe the keys are in the wrong order. First, you have to do a function, then you have to do a key.
Let's see. Yeah, seems legit. We have the button that does nothing. Very well. Very well.
What a
That's-
good point to end the video.
That's it for today. Thank you for being with us. And will we proceed this next week?
We might do updates on the progress because we have quite a big chunk of backlog, which we now have because of the week outside of basically the office doing streams.
Yeah,
So-
sure. So all in all, we will proceed working on this project, right?
Yeah.
But the updates, you will receive them in quite a different fashion. Maybe those will be some shorter streams or some montaged videos or something like that. You will see that next week. Check out our community for more information.
Yeah, and basically we'll work on documentation and the installation for this thing for you. Yeah, so you can basically go ahead and try it out. because at the moment it's currently a Git repository which you set up and then do nothing. So we'll do it a little bit more presentable and then publish. So with that said, I think that's it, and thank you guys for being here today. It was a good stream, and
Thank you.